put your papers and pens aside and let's bow our heads. Oh God, we thank you for getting all of us safely here. We thank you that the event is on track. Please continue to guide us as we go throughout the activities today and tomorrow. We thank you that you have given us the resources to start the summit. We thank you that you have given us the necessary things that we need. At the end of this event, all glory shall come back to you. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, I pray. Amen.
Please remain standing for the Kenya national. Please remain standing for the Kenya national anthem. Remain standing now for the EAC anthem.
Offers humanitarian aid, and through its work has the principles that guide its work. One of them is independence, partiality, and neutrality. So the independence of Red Cross means it doesn't side with any government. The neutrality is it does its humanitarian work equally, not siding with any political party or any country or any race. Then impartiality is respecting of human rights or doing it without favoritism. We have several programs that we always organize as a Red Cross that we do not only in Kisumu,
also in other parts of the country, in other parts of the world. Basically today here we're going to talk about health. And one of the health issues we're going to cover is COVID-19 protocols. Standing in front of you here, you can see I'm having a mask. Kindly please look at your neighbor. If he or she doesn't have a mask, kindly please have your masks on. The seats between you should be a meter in distance so that we help prevent the spread of COVID-19. Let us avoid handshaking, please, for our sake. Let us use the normal one. I know you know this one, you know of the leg one, and you know of this, the one which people never wanted. If you used it in our olden days, if your grandmother saw you unagotea mtu, they would say, this kid ameharibika. So we would adopt the thumb one, the kugoteana. You understand? And again, if you'd wish to sneeze, please, you'd rather do it like this if you don't have your handkerchief at the moment. At the same time, let us just avoid body contact, touching each other, chenye umetumia, to maybe to cover your nose, another person gets in contact with that. Do you understand? So, your seats, as I said, also give them 1 meter distance away. On these two, we would like to enlighten you on the dangers of HIV and AIDS, for the young kids who are growing, for the youth who are here, and also for the elderly and the parents of us who are inside. HIV is just like COVID-19. All of them are not a joke. And we all need to be keen. We all need to be careful in all the things that we do. One, we avoid contact with infected people through open wounds. You understand? My pupils, hello? Hello? You avoid contact with the infected people through open what? Open wounds. That is one of the ways you can get HIV. Another one is transfusion of infected blood and screened blood. We understand? You understand? We have deep kissing. My fellow youths and my parents inside, please, the deep kissing with infected people, that is another way of attracting HIV. Again, sharing needles that have been used on infected people, that is another way of getting infected with HIV. There's another one that is coming currently, although it's not in Africa, but it originated in Africa, in Congo, the monkeypox. You're aware of the monkeypox. Let us please, if in case we are visiting our parks, any other places of nature, we avoid getting in contact in the animals that might be part and parcel of the spread of what? Of monkeypox. I hope monkeypox, if I say monkeypox, you know where it comes from, and other animals too. Last but not least, we have psychological first aid. That is what Red Cross does. You can get it anywhere, anytime, how you want it, through a call-free number. So we have an hotline which, if you feel you are tortured psychologically, you need emotional support, you can always reach Red Cross anytime. And you can even have your phones now. You can dial 1199, you'll get Red Cross, or 0700 395 395. Those are the emergency numbers, not only for psychological first aid, but for any emergency that you might need. Maybe you're in a scene of an accident somewhere in any other part of the country. You can reach Red Cross through those numbers, so that we ensure 0 deaths and less casualties. We are going to the elections, and we all need to be prepared. And us being prepared means having peace amongst us, having peace with our neighboring Kalenjins, having peace with the Kikuyus, having peace with the Kambas, and having peace amongst our own selves. I might be the candidate of a certain politician, and you're a candidate of another politician. What we need to learn is to accept the results that are given out. If we don't accept these results, those are the things that will bring riots and violence. We understand? And when riots and violence are there, we have a number of deaths that increase. People die, people are injured, we lose our loved ones. And all of you know here, once I'm dead, I'll never come back. We all know that. So for us to avoid this, Kenya Red Cross is requesting the county, the Kisumu County residents to maintain peace, to accept the results that they might get, and know that election is just part and parcel of the activities that are in Kenya, and it is part of life, and it will come and go. Me relating with my teacher here with the pupil, the relation will not end after the election. The relation will continue even after the election. So Red Cross is kindly requesting us to maintain peace and harmony during the elections. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, how are you? Hi. If you are happy and you know, clap your hands. If you are happy and you know, clap your hands. Yes. I will not continue because of time. I'm Patrick Otuo, a research scientist from Kemfrey. We are all happy here. So, yes, in my hand, I have several questions for the environment. Anytime you see me here, not now, anytime you see me here, I'll be throwing in a question. Like I'll just ask, what is reuse? Or what is reduce? If you tell me, yes, we have environmental gifts, but not now. So be ready, eh? So for tea, we will all get out. Tea will be served just to the right.
Thank you. It is already afternoon. Morning. Good morning. As you have been told, my name is Kalua Joshua Tieno. I work in the State Department for Youth Affairs, the Ministry of ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs. That is national government. Then maybe I'm very proud to be part of today's event. So I will start by thanking the organizers and all the participants who are here today. What we have all come to do here is very important for the present and even the future generation. Maybe let me tell you something about our department. First of all, the mandate of the State Department for Youth Affairs, obviously it is youth, but we deal with the management of the youth policy. That is one. Then the second mandate that we have as the State Department for Youth Affairs is empowerment of youths. The third mandate that we have is, as we all know, almost all our youths are talented. They are knowledgeable, they are talented, they are creative. So as a department, we harness those talents so that it can benefit not just the individual youths, but all of us as a society. And then again, the Kenyan youth, to some extent, let me use the term, has not been assisted so much. So as a department, we want to mainstream youth activities in all the MDAs. I know I've seen the Kemfree. Is it Kemfree? Officers are here. They also have projects and activities for specifically our youths. That is what we mean by mainstreaming. So that even if it is livestock, even if it is each department, they must have activities that are geared towards assisting our youths. Then the last mandate that we have is on stakeholder engagement, because you realize government alone cannot implement the activities that we envisage to be implemented for the youth. So we work closely with partners, and those partners are even the other ministries, departments, and agencies, the county government, for this case, Kisumu County, NGOs, CBOs, and even individual youths. Then, I know some of us are maybe wondering, am I a youth or I'm not a youth? The Kenyan Constitution identifies a youth as somebody who is between 18. It uses age and that youthhood. So when it uses age, it is someone who has attained the age of 18 but has not gone beyond 34. Meaning, if you reach 35, you are no longer a youth. But internationally, I know the UN defines a youth as somebody who is between 15 and 24. Even the African Youth Charter defines a youth as somebody who is between 15 and 35. So there is some discrepancy, but our case is unique. When you use youthhood, it is that stage between childhood and adulthood. Now, as a department, there are certain things that we do. The major one that we normally do is sensitization of on some thematic areas. One of them being environmental conservation, health, and many other challenges that youths have always enumerated that are hindering their progress. And then two, we are also known for, we also have youth empowerment centers that I envisage to be safe physical spaces like this where we are here. It is a safe physical space where youth can congregate share their ideas and even new insights so that they develop themselves. They can also be trained by the various partners that we have. And then there's also the Kenya Youth Employment and Opportunities Project that we are known for, whereby a youth who wants to have a skill, because we all know that jobs are nowadays very scarce. And if you are still looking just for formal employment, you can take too long before getting one, because the number of people who are overqualified are too many. So as government, what we are urging people, our youths, is that they should think of venturing in business and in the juakali sector, specifically and agriculture. Those are where the jobs are. I know there are many excuses. Let me use that term, excuses. Some are valid, but most of them are not valid, that maybe that lady will advance. But as government, what we are saying, let a youth gain a skill, be it tailoring, be it carpentry, be it beauty and, you call them beauty and hair, whatever it is, so that as you learn, you start even earning. When you compare the number of jobs that are created on a yearly basis by the formal employers, maybe Kisumu County government and the national government, they are very negligible. But when you compare those that are employed in the juakali industry, the blue economy, and agriculture, very many. Are we in agreement? And then we are known for so many things, the latest being what we call Viva project. It is a 1 billion project funded by the German government, targeting informal settlements in Kisumu, Mombasa, and Nairobi, whereby we want our youths between 15 to 24 years to have positive, sexual, healthy behavior seeking attitude. And then again, we also want to make sure that those who want to gain a skill, they are done what? We pay their fees, we even give them the equipment so that they can advance their studies. Now, when you look at what I call the Youth Bible, that is the Kenya Youth Development Policy 2019. How many of us have seen it? Especially, I can see some youth, not adolescents, but purely youth. How many of us have interacted with that policy? The Kenya Youth Development Policy 2019. How many? Nobody. Nobody has interacted with that document, that Bible. Huh? Not yet. Wow. No wonder we are not seeking the services from government. Who says that the government doesn't have enough resources for everybody? Most of us say, but there is enough resources for everybody. The only problem is we may not be having that information and may not want to access that services, those services for reasons that are best known to the individual youth. Because if you are a youth and you have never had access to that document, then you are doing a disservice to yourself. Are we in agreement? Because our youths are techno-savvy. I believe all that are inside here have Android phones. They can easily Google. but let me castigate them a bit. They also, instead of Googling for jobs from public service and doing things that, like the online jobs, they are betting. That's on a light note, eh? But that is the reality. Ama, madam? Yeah, it is the reality. Because if you Google, Kenya Youth Development Policy 2019, you will have it. Or if you don't have, I can even send it to you on WhatsApp. So when you look at the Kenya Youth Development Policy, the government has pronounced itself on environmental conservation. And what the government is saying is they don't just want the environment to be conserved by other actors. They want our youth to actively participate in the environmental conservation. Are we in agreement? Because for a long time, we are told our youth are the leaders of tomorrow. That tomorrow never comes, eh? Haifiki. So the government has instead insisted that we want our youth to take charge. And when they take charge, they should be the leadership of those activities that are being rolled out. They should be the ones leading. And a classic example is the work that is being done by Michelle and Jeremy. They are still adolescents. They are still, they are not yet youth, but they are doing something that they are not just our local heroes, but they have been recognized internationally. And that is what we want all our youths, our young people, to start doing instead of waiting for that elusive tomorrow. So when you look at, let me just read a few initiatives that have been highlighted in the youth policy that the government knows that we have a right to a clean and healthy environment, and that environment has to be protected. Then we want to involve youths by making sure that we put measures to allow youth to be fully engaged in the environmental conservation through sensitization, what most of you are doing, and especially in schools and even youths that are out of school. And then, while in school, we expect the administration in those schools to revitalize, to revive the environmental clubs. Already there is a program for the 4K clubs to be revived. It has taken root, and we also believe that the environment clubs should be revived. Then again, another area is by making sure that our youthful leaders become ambassadors that not just recognized within our counties, but country at large. So with those many remarks, mine is to, I'm delighted that I'm seeing so many young champions of environmental conservation amongst us here today. I know many more are still out there, but I urge that in whatever little way whatever little that we do, let us document it. Because if you don't document, nobody will know that you are doing something that will be helpful for the future, the present and future generations. Otherwise, I urge our youths and even adolescents, that is, to maintain peace. We are in an election an electioneering period, and we don't expect any skirmishes or violence to erupt. Many of our partners are encouraging our youths not to be used, and for the first time in a long period, you can see that Kisumu imetulia. That thanks to the work that our partners are doing. Otherwise, thank you so much. I'm happy to be amongst you. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Children, hi. Vijana mpo? Siwaski. Are you hungry? Are you bored? What is not going on? We need to open more doors. Is it too hot? Yes, I hear some yeses, so we'll arrange and maybe get a few more doors open. As you've heard, Millicent Muchilwa, Director, White Oaks School. Yeah. And I'm just going to speak very briefly, but my key message to the young people today and to the children is all things are possible. Please repeat that. All things are possible. Yote yanawezekana. Yeah? Do you believe that? Now, for our young people, the future is now, isn't it? You're not convinced? Okay, can I get a shout from you? Say the future is now. Say it like you believe it. Thank you. And another mantra that you must adopt is nothing for the youth without the youth. Are you catching that? Nothing for the youth. And I'm also a youth because I am young at heart. And I really love supporting youth initiatives. And from school, you can see we are really out for a solutions-oriented generation because problems will always be in the world, isn't it? But we've got to take problems as challenges and look out for solutions. And when you present a solution to Mr. Kaluoch, then his doors will be open to you. Right up till the governor level in the county, when you go to him with a solution, he will open his doors to you because he's the reason we are using this hall. And one other thing I will tell you, do not wait, start now. We have said the future is now, isn't it? Start now. Yeah, and to begin does not require a lot of money because sometimes the young people shy away. They say, I cannot possibly do that because I don't have money. But I want to tell you all, everything you're seeing here, a lot of the support we are getting from organizations is in-kind support. No one is willing to give you cash until they are sure they can trust you. So begin the journey and you will get people who will hold your hands along the way. Yeah? The call upon you is also to be very disciplined. To be successful, you must be disciplined. And speaking as Jeremy and Michelle's parent, I can tell you for sure they have exhibited discipline. They have learned how to manage their own time without having to follow them up. So for instance, if you're here for a function such as this, do not say you're coming for a function, you excuse yourself from school or you excuse yourself from college, and then you come and you're loitering around or you're not there for the conference that you have gone for. I'm just giving you a few tips that can help you succeed. And then I will share briefly about the story that Jeremy and Michelle, when they embarked on their project in 2020, it was during the COVID season. Of course, schools were all closed. And what they requested was, because all schools were turning to online then, they said rather than doing online lessons, allow us this opportunity to explore the internet for educational purposes. So we availed bundles, And they were showing me things about the ocean, about water bodies, some things that I was not very familiar with, yeah, because I did geography a long, long time ago. Yeah, what I studied at college level was economics. So they were showing me the ocean. Michelle was insisting, telling me everything has life, even this grass. And we began having run-ins with her because she was explaining about the circular economy, and she began looking at everything I was doing under a lens. Yeah, she did Nova Labs and I think TEDed, and then they came across the Ocean Heroes boot camp all by themselves. Yeah, sometimes when we go online, you have heard our regional coordinator, Youth Affairs, saying most of us go to bed. Our phones are a wealth of information if we use them in the right way. So for them, they attended something called the Ocean Heroes Bootcamp, and then they came back and told me they want to eradicate plastic pollution. And I looked at them also, because sometimes when we are teaching, we forget what we teach you, that all things are possible. And I asked them, how are you even planning on doing that? But they were very persistent. For about 2 weeks, they kept repeating to me. So I decided to take them to the Kenya Industrial Research and Development Institute. And I was really hoping, because of COVID, we would not find everybody and they would stop disturbing me. But when we went to Kirdi, we received such a warm welcome right from the gate. And for them, they were saying they have issues with the government. They're saying all news about government of Kenya is negative. So they promised me we are going to work very hard and get scholarships and run away from Kenya. But I challenged them and I said, now who will fix your country for you? It is up to you to fix it. And they told me, no, you're in Generation X, you're the people who have messed up, so as we are leaving, we are going away. But we really, when we went to Kirdi, we were welcomed. And they were taken to a conference room, and fortunately 2 young engineers came and they started talking to them. And I tell you, I looked at them and I wondered, are these my students? Are these really my children? Because the way they spoke really impressed me, and I said we are on to something. So from Kirdi, they said, yes, what you want to do is possible, but you must get data. So we started looking for data. We went to East Africa Community Lake Basin Commission. Young people, it is important to know the organizations that are around you. Even as you're going home, make sure you look and you read, because most organizations have signage, isn't it? Yeah, we had heard about East Africa Lake Basin Commission, so we found out where they were. Prosperity, we went there. They told us we do not do data, try NEMA. We went to NEMA, and again, they sat with the county director for almost 1 hour. As I just listened in, I was impressed. And the NEMA county director sent us to Kemfree. Now, how did we know Kemfree? We live along that direction. And when we went to Kemfree, again, they explained what they wanted. They were taken to the assistant director of Kemfree. And they met him, and he was very embracing. He said, yes, right now we have not done much in terms of plastic pollution on Lake Victoria, but what we can do, you can join our Kenya Lake Debris Volunteer Program, do beach cleanups with them, and learn how to collect data. In fact, Horace here said, I will teach you basic research methodology. What were we looking for? We were looking for data, isn't it? But we ended up getting even free tuition. Because if you're going to university to learn about research, there is a fee to it, isn't it? So look at the way God was opening doors for them. So Kemfree became a natural home for them. They held hands. You can see Kemfree vehicles all around. I'm sure they told you their ages. Kemfree are not here for me. Kemfree are here because of the project of the teenagers. What am I telling you? When you go to organizations and you have solutions that you have already thought out, The governor's office will be wide open. Kemfri's doors will be wide open. East Africa Community Lake Basin Commission doors will be wide open. The Youth Affairs coordinator is telling us he's very surprised we've not even interacted with the document. So you must set out to seek information. He has said he can share it on email. So make sure your email address is signed up. And for the school children, it will be shared with the teachers. So as you interact with the document, then you also understand what the government has in store for the youth. The government cannot come and look for you within your schools or within your homes. Kemfri cannot do the same. East Africa Lake Basin Commission cannot do the same. But the moment you take initiative, doors begin to open. Like I said, money follows function. Yeah? So for Michelle and Jeremy, with what they have managed to achieve together with the community at Usoma, they are now making a name in the world. They told you there's an organizing community from India, from Mexico, the people they have worked with. So this online season also opened very many doors. Again, make sure your email address is there so that you also interact with Planetia Alliance. Because Planetia Alliance mentored them from Ocean Heroes, and they have been able to get a very good grasp of plastic pollution and its dangers. So I will continue urging the young people, please be proactive. Do not wait for everything to fall on your lap. Set out to seek information. You see, when they sought information, they came back to us as their parents, and they requested for assistance. Be very persistent. Do not take the first no you're given. When somebody tells you no, don't take it that everything is done. What you do is you step back, relook at the proposal that you had, and you can even go back and ask, why did you say no this time around? I can tell you many organizations told us no when we were seeking support. Yeah, but we did not take the no personally. What we advised them was go back to the organizations, find out why they said no. And some organizations said we have a budget, so you need to approach us within this season. There are some who said we cannot support this time, but we are putting you in our database for other projects. So young people, please, please, please take initiative. There's a wealth of information in the internet. Like Nova Labs, I hope you have taken note. I hope you have taken note of TED Talks so that you also explore. There is a lot that is available to young people, but unfortunately, many young people do not know about it. And I have just seen my chairman, White Oak School, walk in, so I'll donate my remaining 3 minutes to him because he also has a passion for mentoring young people. In fact, that is the work that he does on a day-to-day basis. He has worked with a lot of young people. So I'll also give him an opportunity to say a few words. But thank you very much. We are going to continue interacting. Even after this, we will continue to reach out to you because we need one another to be able to tackle the challenges that are there. Thank you very much, and clap for yourselves. Mr. Michael Muchilwa, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. So we are in Kisumu, the beautiful city that reminds me of Cape Town. Yeah, Cape Town is listed as one of the most beautiful cities in the world. And when you go there, there are the hills in the background, yeah, the mountains, and you have the sea right in front of you. And every time I come to Kisumu, it reminds me of Cape Town. But surprisingly, everyone who comes to Kisumu knows Kisumu's beauty except the people living in Kisumu itself. Are we together? And I remember even a story the late Asenath Bole Odaga, the author, yeah, philanthropist and many other things mentioned one time. When people came from
northeastern Kenya. There was a school, a number of schools that were visiting, and they were taken to the lake, Victoria, to see what was there. And the children looked out and saw this expanse of water that whose end they could not actually see. And they wept. And they asked, why has God given us so much sand? Yeah, and we fight with the animals and monkeys and other things for water. And these people have so much water, you cannot even see where it ends. So us guys have been given a lake that is beautiful. I mean, it's an amazing lake. When I talk to the people who are there before us, in Usoma, I live in Usoma by the lake, they mentioned how clear it was at one time. You could even see the fish you wanted to catch. Yeah, so you'd look at it and you'd bait that particular fish. We have beaches that are full of sand, lots of potential and employment. But what are we doing with it? We dump raw sewage into those lakes. It's full of plastic. We've killed the fish and life forms that are there. And beyond even fish, there are a lot of nematodes and other things that are edible. So while we talk about unemployment, and there are a lot of young people who are looking for jobs, the jobs are sitting here. This is the second largest freshwater lake in the world. Beautiful. Yeah? When you visit countries like Switzerland, you visit Canada, their lakes are clean. Yeah, they attract tourists, they create employment. Yeah? Ours, one thing that has always shocked me ever since I came here in the 90s is on one part we are taking water to treat and drink, on the other part we are throwing in raw sewage. Yeah? So the older generation has messed up big time, and it is the young people who have to move out and say we want our lake back. We want our resources back. We are seeing what climate change is doing right now. Europe is burning as we talk. Yeah, temperatures in the UK hit a record. Yeah, I think it was 34, 35 degrees centigrade. In Pakistan, India, they hit 49, 50 degrees centigrade. They moved from what they call their winter, jumped spring into summer. Over conditioning, I mean, they're trying to use air conditioners to cool things up, including Japan. But there's not enough electricity to support it. The same thing with the US. The climate is changing. But our lifespan as the older generation is limited. It is you people who will have to live in that world. Yeah, where the crops are unreliable, where climate is unreliable. But talking about Kisumu, Kisumu can be one of the best, not just Kisumu, yeah, Homa Bay, CI, and all these other things that neighbor the lake. You've got a resource you cannot believe, the billions that are sitting there. So you're fighting for your economic life, you're fighting for your standard of living, you're fighting for your future. So it's not just about keeping the lake clean. Yeah, people are fighting over water. I've been to places in this country, in northern Kenya, around Lewa, for example, yeah, where people tell you guys will come with guns and they'll tell you to switch off the water that you are using for irrigating, put off the pump. And they've got an AK-47 gun because water is valuable. People fight over water. But because we've got so much of it, we don't appreciate. Let me end by saying, when you look at Naivasha, Lake Naivasha, again, that is another famous ecosystem, it's where we have a lot of the greenhouses that support the export industry in Kenya in terms of flowers, in terms of horticulture and other things. Yeah? But there is limited land, and the water, the pressure on the water has been extremely high. We've got a huge lake, we've got an airport, we've got unused agricultural land. Sugarcane used to be big, of course it's gone down. Yeah? But the land is there, the climate is there. This is a natural greenhouse. So our future, and I'll keep on saying, even for the adults in this room, the reason is we are poor is we are undermining the very resources we've been given. We are undermining them. But with the infrastructure that is being built, we've seen the railway come back. It's very slow, but at least it's there. We are seeing the roads, we are seeing the port, the special economic zones that are coming up, and many other things that are developing. There's an opportunity for Kisumu to be one of the richest cities, not only in this country, but in the world. It is clean, it is blessed, but it's going to take then the efforts of all of us, and especially the young generation, to ensure that that thing, that lake, and the surrounding environmental resources, yeah, help us live comfortable lives. Are we together? Are we together? Am I communicating? Because the wealth is there. And I've traveled. I've gone to 49 countries. I know what I'm talking about. The wealth is in Kisumu. So if we can develop that wealth, yeah, we will live comfortable lives. But if we let the environmental pollution run off with it, we will live miserable lives. Are we together, good people? Are we together? Yes. So anytime you see someone throwing a bottle out of a matatu or a car, or you're passing by garbage, remember they are spoiling your future. This is about our future. So thank you very much.
In most places in Africa where people are suffering, religion thrives. Why? It's because people are having problems. They don't have enough food, it's disease, and so forth. So if you are giving them a message of hope, it is easier to convince them to live on that hope. But I don't think that is what the creator of this world intended. He wanted us to be happy in this place. That's why he created it in the first place. So why are we having it difficult to enjoy life to the maximum here on earth? It is our own creation. What you do now will determine how you will live tomorrow. So if we are complaining about our environment now, it means something happened yesterday that was not right. Let me first introduce myself. I was introduced by Horace. I'm Crispin Nyamweya. I work for the Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute based in Kisumu. Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute, in short, KEMFRI, is a state agency that is mandated to do research in marine freshwater systems and the blue economy space. I don't know whether there is any other institution that has a bigger mandate than that, because in this world, the terrestrial land is only 30%. The rest is water. So we have a big mandate. And what does that mean for the youth now? It means there are opportunities in the blue space. Nowadays, there is something we call blue economy, and these are the benefits that we can get from water resources. They are immense benefits. And us, as KEMFRI, we really enjoy working with the youth and other partners to share experiences and also to try to think together and find solutions on how we can make these water resources, like the lakes, the oceans, more profitable to us in terms of providing us ecosystem services that we need. They give us water. Without water, we are not there. So if we have good quality water out there, it means even our quality of life will be much better. We are here because of the Nalys Summit. Madame Millicent talked about how this thing started. That time we couldn't really predict that it was going to grow this big. When they came to our office, that is Michelle and Jeremy, it was a very brief interaction, and we already knew that there is something here. So we got interested and talked to them, gave them ideas, encouraged them, and all through, that's what we've been doing, encouraging them, and for us, we sit back and they lead the process. See now, 2 years down the line, this is the second summit that is bigger than the first one. And what I can tell them and the youth here, this is not even the full potential. We are just at the beginning. The youth, I'm happy now you are taking your space, because in life, you must take responsibility for your destiny. It is the decisions you make every day that determine how you live. You've decided that you want to bring back Lake Victoria, and that is a very ambitious decision. It's only the youth who can think of that. For us adults, we think in very structured ways, and those structures confine us into some boxes, so we only think on those resources we have, on the work plans we have, what is in the government policy, what is in the medium-term plans, the long-term plans. But I like the way the youth are approaching it. They are thinking without the box altogether. And with that kind of attitude, I'm convinced with proper partnership, proper guidance, bringing back Lake Victoria is not a pipe dream. It's possible, and it's going to happen, possibly in our lifetime. But when we say that, it doesn't mean that the lake is absolutely useless. You must remember that even at its state, it's one of the most productive resources in terms of fisheries production in the world. But it's not operating optimally. We hope that working together, we will improve these resources, we will bring back Lake Victoria, and live happily ever. I end it at this point. I think we have a chance to interact later. Thank you very much.
Madam Millicent has managed projects and implemented initiatives for organizations such as KIC and the Forum for Organic Restoration Management and Agricultural Technologies, FORMAT, in projects funded by DFID. Micro-Enterprise Support Program, that is MESP, under EU and the private sector. Her skill covers business development, business training, marketing, product development, and capacity building, counseling, and mentoring. Now, I've read that about her. I can testify by what you see in the young children. And it's good I read this so that should anybody be interested in those areas of her expertise, you can reach out to her so that you walk along the journey. She is also a very good mentor, okay? She can mentor you whichever the stage you are in at your career. The second person I wish to introduce within the team is Jeremy Mushilwa. Jeremy is 14 years old and is a Diana Award winner, an Ocean Hero, a Planeteer, and a Conrad Challenge Innovator from Kisumu, Kenya. Wow, at 14 he has got so many awards. Eh? I can't imagine what I won at 14, okay? Congratulations, Jeremy. Then, further to that, he is a co-founder of the Osiepe Sango Rescue Team. He's passionate about using technology to restore Lake Victoria to its pristine condition. He's interested in intelligent, solution-oriented, he's intelligent, he's solution-oriented, he's generous, he's patient, he's congenial, he's persistent, he's flexible, adventurous, and altruistic with a sense of humor. So interact with him. Those qualities are very good. If he has them, and if you interact with him, you can benefit a lot. Thank you. Further to that, his interests lie in technology, especially coding, programming, game design, animals, 3D designs, the adventure, gaming, and how computers are built, artificial intelligence, and innovation. At 14. So you can also have those ambitions at 14 or before then. Thank you, Jeremy. We appreciate that. That's a nice achievement up to now. Next, I'm going to introduce Michelle Mushilwa. And Michelle is a 17-year-old. She's a Diana Award winner, a National Geographic Young Explorer, is a planeteer, is an ocean hero, she's an ocean hero, a Conrad Challenge innovator, and a Technovation regional winner from Kisumu, Kenya. She is passionate about restorative and climate smart development, and after participating in Ocean Heroes Virtual Bootcamp in 2020, Michelle and her brother Jeremy decided that they wanted to restore Lake Victoria, starting by eradicating plastic pollution. They started Osiepesango, that is Friends of Lake Victoria Rescue Team, an organization working towards the restoration of Lake Victoria to its pristine condition through the Bring Back Lake Victoria campaign, and the Namlolwe Youth Summit, and the Ziwa Safi app, which they have developed. They've managed to not only start a conversation on plastic pollution in the Lake Victoria Basin, but also mobilize people around East Africa and the world to restore Lake Victoria. You saw people commenting from all over the world. They are now building an app, the Ziwa Safi app, to collect data on plastic pollution in the lake basin. And they are also organizing for the 2022 Namlolwe Youth Summit, which we are in here today. It's now fully organized and implemented. And before then, Nalys 2021, which was successfully implemented, brought together more than 170 youths from 4 continents around the theme of reconnecting young people to their natural spaces. Michelle is passionate about a development model that allows developing countries to grow their economies without destroying their natural resources. A very wonderful biography. They are soon going to talk to us here and set the agenda for every other thing we will do. Could we just have one skit quickly to introduce them on stage? Yes. Which team is giving us a skit?
Sasa leo ni juu ya wanasema hivi. Usinieketi koko sana. Mimi naenda mbali zaidi. Lakini sura yako sijui unaweza kuwa umetoka na whatever. Nyoracha mimi nakaa naye. Sijui kuona kiasi. Hizo vitu situmi. Nyoracha hizo vitu uko nazo. Sijana nimekuona umekia kila wende huko. Asante. Nyoracha. Sijana nimekuona umekia kila wende hizi vitu huko. Mimi tu ya nyoracha. Kuliniona wapi? Basi nakupatia pesa nyoracha ya kuniekea tu kwa juala. Pole, si juala. Ile nini Nyasore, hiyo. Sasa unaongea. Now you are talking my friend. Now I can package it well. Sasa. Hakuna mtu anema hapa. Fanya tu haraka. Leta hiyo pesa hapo kwanza. Sasa sina change nyoracha, weka kwanza nyoracha. Wewe unaweza kimbia na pesa yangu mtu anema akitoka hapa.
Watch your tongue. Watch your tongue. Do I look like a Jwala? Omera, do I look like a Jwala? Nyoracha, mimi nimewahi kukupatia Jwala?
Nilisema sikujui.
Nikifanya nini? Mimi nilikuwa naambia Nyoracha tuende kanisa. Nyoracha, wachne pimne wewe. Kikichung na juogi. Mimi sijaambia huyu mama kitu yoyote. Nimemwambia sisi kama watu ya roho tunaenda Nyoracha kuja hapa.
Mama hapa, wewe ndio uko na kesi. Hiyo Jwala imekuwa supply. Unajua hiyo ndio inachafua mazingira.
Oh.
Ikikuja inachukua hiyo Jwala inapeleka kwa lake. Hiyo Jwala ina nini samaki zetu? Unaona samaki siku hizi hazina taste. Samaki zinapotea.
Unajua nini? Ni kukosa kazi.
Hapana, wewe hiyo kenye unafanya ni makosa.
Oh.
Hiyo nini? Lazima utaenda ndani.
Naninge. Bado fanya hivi. Unaweza funza tu mimi nikisajua nabadilisha biashara. Mimi si mtu mbaya. Tunaweza enda tu na wewe unifundishe nabadilisha biashara. Hata mimi sitaki samaki anakufa.
Hiyo ukibadilika utasaidia sana.
Twende nitabadilika. Kuna next time utapata mimi hata Jwala sote niko nayo naenda kuchoma. Asante Ubado. Hey, police. Mimi sitaki police.
I'm going to start by telling you the Lake Victoria that I grew up with. So the interesting thing about change is, when it happens, we don't really notice until maybe you'll see a picture and then you'll go like, oh my God, by the way, things have changed. Like looking at a picture of you when you're 11 versus when you're 18 or 25, that's when you realize like, my goodness, things have changed. So it was the same for me with Lake Victoria. I grew up around the lake. I was born on the shores. I grew up around the lake, so I've grown up there. Like since I was a kid, I've lived around there. And the thing is, until it was brought to my attention, or until we saw plastic floating on the shores of the lake for the first time, we didn't realize that as we've been growing up, Lake Victoria has been degrading. An example is, my mom and Imani like to tell me that I've always been a little bully, because when we were younger, the beach was sandy and the water was clear. So she'd tell me, we'd go down to the beach, I would make sand castles, and Michelle, you'd come and sit on them. If you go to the lake now, there's no sand. The best thing you'll find is rocks. So you see, that's an interesting description, because I can't remember it that well. I was really young. But, to hear that sand has somehow disappeared is crazy, because I'm only 17. Like, what happened when I was growing up? Another example is my mom was describing how we used to eat fish a lot, because fish was plenty. You had Mr. Michael describing to you how it was so clear you could see the fish that you were catching. He also told me once that when we were growing up, Lake Victoria was so plentiful that they would catch so many fish, you'd have to return some back because there were too many. These days, like, the thing is, fishermen were telling us for every piece of fish they catch, first of all, it's really small, you'll find 6 pieces of plastic. So it's easier to catch plastic than fish. And another aspect that's changed is the fact that, like, there was no plastic in that lake when I was growing up. I can tell you, like, I remember looking at the shores of the lake and it was clear. Like, I can remember the exact moment we saw plastic on those beaches with my brother and my cousin. It was a shock. We took pictures, we're like, what is happening, Where is all this from? And of course, we later learned how plastic pollution was coming from the drainages and entering the lake. So the thing for us is, we understood these issues because we live right next to the lake. But I know there are a lot of you that live like really far away and maybe can't see the lake every day. So like, it's really hard to understand just how much it's changed. And this is one of the issues that Nalys tries to handle, because we've kind of lost our connection to it. Like, I can tell you, even for me, I didn't didn't understand the stories and the mythologies and the culture of Lake Victoria until Tom came to tell me, and until my mom told me, there used to be sand dunes on this lake. Because for me, I had seen it on Google, and I was like, it's just one of the boring ones. Kina California have all the interesting lakes, because you'd hear sand dunes and fish, and like puffer fish, for example, like the ones in Lake Turkana, and you'd be like, what happened? And so I'm going to hand it over to Tom now. I'm telling you about the lake I saw versus the lake I'm seeing now. And I can tell you, there's a huge difference. Lake Victoria isn't supposed to be like that. Like, this lake used to have more than 300 species of fish. Think about that. 300 species of fish have disappeared in 50 years. Less than the time Tom has been alive. 50 years is huge. That's a generation, less than a generation, and fish have gone 300. So I'm going to hand it over to Tom now to tell you why connection is important and how Lake Victoria was protected by indigenous people.
Tom Boya Adera is my name. I'm a freelance naturalist, stroke tour guide. It's taken me places, and Lake Victoria is one place that I know like the back of my hands, including the depths, the fish that were here and have disappeared, and point pollutants. I've had many people talk about Kisumu. Kisumu could be a Geneva. I was telling Michelle the other day that I met a lady, Valerie Turner, who has now come in for chemical pollution in Lake Victoria. We are addressing debris pollution, plastics and so on, but we are not looking at the chemical side of it. With good leadership, yes, solutions are there. And here you are, and I'm so happy that whether I leave now, this young generation and a cross-section of people have gotten interested in the environment. No nature, no future. Did you know that? Okay, let's look at the lake yesterday. I'm using the word yesterday because I've got a photographic memory. Way back in 1964, I was a toddler, but I have a photographic memory, so I remember my dad taking us down to the Hippo Point. And I remember I could see fish in the water. Did you know one thing? Many of you don't have time to go to the water now. The water is as clear as it was back then, now. But clear, I'm only talking about clear. How do I know? Have you ever seen pelicans in Kisumu? Have you young people seen pelicans? Have you seen a pelican somewhere? Adiel Mbusi, have you seen it somewhere? 2 months ago, they arrived in Kisumu. I was sitting under a tree reading a book. I saw two pass, and I thought they were harbingers coming to look for where they'd come again. But all of a sudden, when I went to the lake, I saw the water was crystal clear. That's the opening of the Mbita Causeway, and finally, that circulation is taking place again. So like Mshilwa said, the madam, nothing is impossible. So let's look at what has happened to make the lake be in the state it is in today, or how were they managing it during those old days. Think of population. Think of industry. Did we have them? Okay, that was, what did we have that could make the water polluted at that time? The only thing that we had were dead animals that could make the water polluted. But imagine you are told myths like, if you threw a dead animal into the water, you are like inviting the crocodiles to come take one of your members the next day. Would you throw it in there? You were told if you shit in the water, or if you pee in the water, and the water animals, like whatever, crabs and so on, participate in them, you're going to be a sick man, or at points you were told that a taboo would befall you, and the taboo is not having children. Who didn't want to have children? Iko mtu angependa kuchukua na watoto? So look at those simple things. So it's the increase of population and all the doings, the industry and so on, that have made the lake be what it is today. Worse, like what we're talking about today, is plastics. I personally dove with Alexandra atop Hippo Point 2 years ago, and in 20 minutes we produced 30 kilos of plastics, kibos sugar and latto milk, from a very tiny space like where this diet is. In 20 minutes, 30 kilos. And those plastics had only taken 6 months. So imagine what is under after 60 years. So what do we do? They had mythology. If I start talking about the mythology, it's going to take the whole day, which is not my interest. But in Africa, there were do's and don'ts, especially the Luo. It's still up to date that way. Look at the fish. What were you protecting in the lake at that time? It was the fish. It was the rivers and the farms that you were planting things in. Look at you chasing the hippos by farming up to the shoreline. Then days, some clans even were not allowed to see hippos, especially the women. They say that if you saw a hippo, you will not have children. So are the women going to the lake? And at that time, the women were the only possible people who could go wash things in the lake. So you see, they had their ways of stopping all this pollution. Today, it's population. It's not caring. It's carelessness, lack of leadership. Kisumu, yes, can be the Geneva of Kenya. If the people up on the hem listen to us. I know we have all the 80% of the rivers flowing in the 6% on the Kenyan side. But yes, they can be cleaned. And we have the solutions, or we think we have the solutions, and many others. Some of you also have them. It's only that we are not channeling them to a point. Let Jeremy say something about today, and then we go back to yesterday.
Now, you've heard about the current condition, but I'm sure the question that most of you are asking is, why is it like this? What has happened between the 60s and today? What happened between that timeline? Why is it like we've forsaken our duties to the lake? Why is it that it seems we've all forgotten about it? Well, first and foremost, the biggest reason is that we've all lost our connection. The lake, as Michelle and Tom have said, used to be sacred. It was guarded by certain laws. But these laws were abolished when, first of all, the colonizers came, and they came with science. So all these myths were found as false, and we threw them out the window. But the thing we didn't realize is that the myths were there for a reason. If you tell someone don't throw a dead animal in the lake, they are likely to throw a dead animal in the lake, because we know as human beings, we tend to be not very good at listening. So when we threw out the very things that were protecting the lake, we ended up leaving it vulnerable, and people have exploited that. Second, most of the people, especially the communities that live along it, no longer look at it as their lake. It's no longer our lake. They view it as a government resource, so they are not going to take care of it. They say, oh, it belongs to Serikali, or this is the government's thing. Kemfree are going to come and clean it. It's not our fault. So you see the fact that we don't value it anymore. The fact that we have lost that value for it and that care for it has allowed it to plunge into what it is. Back then, you would not find any factory along it. But now, because we are looking at it as a waste at the moment, you have factories dumping directly into the lake. And if you are to look at the water intake point, most of you would be disappointed. Because if you're looking at where the water you're drinking is coming from, I am sure that alone is enough to shock you to stop throwing plastics into the lake. Another dominant problem is that most of us here are not visiting it as much. So we have no connection, again, because we are not taken to it as much. We don't spend as much time there. If you go to the higher places, you'll see there are people who you'll only find them at the lake as much as once, twice, or thrice a year. So that lack of going there and that lack of experiencing it is what's creating another issue. Third, most of the pollution is not coming from the communities along it and the people who are living there. It's coming from the people in the diaspora. So you have the people who live in town. When you throw your plastic on the road, those drainages, they all lead and pour into the lake. So you know it's out of your sight, but in truth, it's going to the lake. And even if you travel further up country, because the whole of East Africa is within its basin, so you find that the biggest polluters are the ones who are the farthest from it and the ones who don't know what they are doing.
Let's take it from there and look at the River Nyando, which I believe is one of the highest pollutants of Lake Victoria. Where does it come from? Tributaries all the way from the Mau. How many towns are in between? How big are the agricultural lands around there? Take all of that into the river, the fertilizers, the pesticides. Come down to Kericho. Let me give you a very close place where you can envision as you sit where you're sitting. Look at Kericho. Which other river, apart from the Nyando River, comes from around Kericho? How many factories are there in Kericho? How much chemicals are the factories using? Are they using in the farms? What about their waste? All into the River Nyando, finally into the Victoria Lake. And then what are we doing? Before it gets to Lake Victoria, we have the cane fields. The same thing happens into the River Nyando. And then the rice fields. And finally, into the lake. Why? Directly into the lake? Because we've destroyed the wetlands. Do you know what the wetlands are? We should link all these things together. The wetlands are the lungs and the kidneys of Mother Earth. But we've destroyed them. And with them have gone species. Look at the shoebill, for instance. Has anybody seen a bird known as the shoebill? It's that big. We had them up till yesterday, to mean some 8 years ago. But look at the Bumala swamps. Are they existent anymore? We are destroying our lake, but we can bring it back to life. And maybe Michelle would tell us something about what possibly we are intending to do or what can be done.
Yeah, definitely. So it's all really saddening, especially I know for the young kids in the crowd who have probably never experienced the sand or kicked in the sand or maybe don't get to eat fish as often because it kind of, again, fish has depleted. But it is possible to bring it back. Tom just told you about seagulls coming back. So the basic principle here is when you leave natural spaces alone. That's the interesting thing. For Lake Victoria, you don't even have to necessarily start breeding the birds in a lab or doing something. All you have to begin by doing is leaving the lake alone. And that means stopping the flow of pollutants into it, stop plastic and chemicals, stopping the flow of that, and restoring her body parts. Because the way, Tom described, our wetlands are being destroyed. And I know that a lot of people have probably heard of wetlands being called wastelands. Imagine if your kidney was called sewage. That would be insulting, wouldn't it? Because you can't function without a kidney. So you can think of it right now as Lake Victoria having her kidneys cut off, her lungs being deflated. So in order to restore her, you have to restore her lungs, her bloodstream, her kidneys. That's what and that's why every one of you can take action. Because we know not everyone lives near the lake, but you probably live near a river. You probably live near a wetland, you probably live near a forest, and all of these things connect to Lake Victoria. So for example, when it comes to living next to a river, you can start by learning about this river. Go study it and look at what is happening to it. Am I seeing plastic inside? Am I seeing, is it a major source of chemical waste? And then we can start thinking like, what are ways to stop this? So it starts with finding the reasons. And I'm sure you can see in your action guides, for those with action guides, there's a page with a tree that's asking what are the root causes, what are the effects, and then in the middle there, what are the solutions.
Look at simple examples. A very simple example that we had in the lake yesterday. The water hyacinth. I did participate in the harvesting of the water hyacinth with Aquarius systems. I rode that big D8 engine in the water. That's a snake bite. You were told I handle snakes. So that was a snake bite. It took me 1 month and 25 days at Aga Khan for my hands to be functional the way they are now. But what I wanted to say, the hyacinth, it's, to us when it came, it was like something really strange. But you know, it was gold given to us by God. But somebody decided that we were going to use it as a milk cow. Controlled, which is not very easy. It is gold. We won't be cutting our trees. We'd be making charcoal briquettes, which are more healthier than firewood. Just something round like that, cheap. And our waters would be cleaned. All we had to do was to control them. Did we even think of that? We didn't completely. And we are not. But if we start thinking in those kind of terms, I know Kisumu can be the Geneva of Kenya.
Exactly, that's the point. It starts from rethinking the problem. And one thing Tom taught me is that every single living thing you see on earth has an ecological role. For example, with the concept of weeds, we like to pull out weeds because we call them weeds, but we understood recently that weeds are actually the pioneers of growth in a barren area. A weed will come when you've just when there are no plants, nothing proper growing anywhere. Weeds will be the first things that come, and because plants are carbon sequesters, weeds will pull in carbon, put it in the sand, and that sand allows other plants to grow. So they are like the scouts. You know, when you send someone somewhere before, check how things are, get everything that's needed, we are coming. Weeds are the scouts of the plant world. And another example is forests. You know, we started monoculture and we said like it's easier to grow the same type of plant in a huge area. But what we never asked ourselves is, why do forests exist? So, you know, the interesting thing is forests, biodiversity is important. So, for example, when it comes to our pollinators, a bee will go pollinate plants in forests because there are many different flavors. Even you guys, if you were given just ugali to eat your whole life, would you go there again? Genuinely, if you are living somewhere or if you are visiting somewhere and every time they're just giving you ugali, and it's not even ugali with an accompaniment, ugali plain, would you keep going back there? So that's the same thing with bees. When you plant all the same flower in one direction, they are like, it's boring because it's like there's nothing, there's not proper pollination happening, first of all, because it can't pass it to different types of plants. And then the second thing is it's boring. The bee doesn't benefit, so it will stop pollinating. And then we have to start thinking about you finding different ways to pollinate that turn out to be less efficient. Like if you are someone, you like how these flowers look, don't you? So that's the thing. If it was all one type of flower, it would be boring. So you need to understand that that's how this planet works. And
let's give another example on top of what she said. What gives us malaria? Mosquitoes, isn't it? Don't we have people who know how to make medicines or chemicals that can finish all the mosquitoes? Yes, we know, but why haven't you killed all the mosquitoes? That's a question. And yet it's the highest killer. Mbona hamjaua yote? Did you know that it's the main food for fish? Which is the biggest animal in the world? Somebody. The blue whale. What does it eat? Krill. It's only because your water was dirty and you don't want to go under, but if you went under, you will notice. Ama unataka kuniambia ati Onias, ati the worms, the earthworms are what the fish eat. No. So let's please get what you're hearing now, put it down, and somebody really praise the youth because you come up with new ideas. Come to the lake. We have Friends of Dunga Swamp. That's what's written down there. And we have people who give you lectures out there. And even if you're an intern, you're allowed to be there. Please, you're welcome.
Yeah, so what we'd like to do now, as we end this session, is ask you guys about some of the myths you've heard about the lake. So like if you've ever heard anything around Lake Victoria, if someone has ever told you a myth or a really cool story, like we'd love for you to come up and share it. So does anyone want to share like a myth or a story or something they've heard around the lake?
A very simple one to start for you is that all the ghosts of people who died on land in a wrong way were killed at one time in a year and back in the lake. The Nyawawa, have you heard the Nyawawa? So it makes some people fear the lake, isn't it? The reality, those are migrating birds. Did you know that? But look at how our old people were using that to stop us from doing wrong things. If you took a small fish that size to your grandmother's place, you'd be called a woman because it was only men who fished at that time. But you'd be called a woman. So you see, they knew. You heard about the hippo. Without the hippo, all the waterways would be blocked. And in fact, the Ministry of Fisheries and whatever, brother, if you go down to the wetlands, so many of those rivers and streams have been blocked because the people outside have chased all the hippos that were grazing there. They've chased nearly everything because they have farms very close to the lake. And all those rivers are blocked. But imagine even the owners of these lands don't know that it's by chasing the hippos, that's why all those lands are blocked. Let's have the education factor. Let's open it and make it bigger so that we can understand, sensitize everybody. We have it. If you're interested, I know the ministry will do something in the next government.
Yeah. So thank you everyone for listening, and we hope that this has given you a bit of a background into the lake, how it used to be, and how you can bring it back, because it is possible to bring it back. And one question I'll leave for you when it comes to thinking about species, about plants, about farms, is whenever you begin thinking about bringing something back, the first question you should ask yourself is there enough here for it to survive? So for the lake, the reason we are focusing on the entire basin is we want you to ask for Lake Victoria, is there enough here for this lake to survive? Are there enough wetlands? Are there enough forests? Are the rivers clean? Is she getting clean water from her rivers and her wetlands? And that's where you take it from to begin looking at, if there is not enough here to survive, what happened to it, and how do we begin, who took it, or why is it going, or why is it gone? So yeah, thank you everyone, and we hope you enjoyed the session. I'll invite Horace to introduce our next speaker. Yeah.
Welcome.
I want us to share a few things. Plastics are not bad. Plastics are the best innovation that human being has ever made. They were looking for something that is cheap, something inert, something that is versatile, durable. Yes, and we got it in plastics. Problem that we have is how we manage plastics. So I want to share with you what we do in Mombasa. We started working on marine litter. If I say marine litter, it's the same as plastics. We started working on issues surrounding plastics in 2014. And up to now, we are at a level that I can say we are almost there. Good. Next slide. This is how things at times look like in Mombasa. Actually, this is a cleaner beach. Some are worse than this. I wanted to start bringing out this picture so that you start seeing the cocktail that we have. You have shoes there, you have bottles here, you have plastic bottles, paper bags, diapers, all those in that cocktail. Next. So, the way we started doing things, if you have a problem, the first step in solving a problem is understanding the problem. How big is it? And how does it change over time? So that is what we've been doing in Mombasa, trying to collect scientific data. Once you have the data, that is where now the policy part moves in. So from the research we've done in Mombasa, every 1 meter of the beach is having up to 5 items of plastics. So beaches that are far away from where people live could be having 1 or 2. But beaches that are very close to where we stay are having up to 5. That starts telling us that this problem is not a nature problem. It is our problem. We are the people causing it. Today, if you go to Mombasa beaches and clean everywhere and get back there after 24 hours, we'll get between 3 to 24 plastic items per meter of a beach. And what is that showing us? That Kenyans are really a littering population. We don't care. Use it, throw it. And most of the things we get in our beaches are plastics. And that is why nowadays we are very brave. Instead of calling it litter, we call it what? Plastics. But the good news is that around 88% of these plastics that we get along the Kenyan coast are of Kenyan origin. So, if you continue raising awareness, if you continue educating people that plastic should not be in the environment, then we are able to reduce the amount of plastics in the beaches by 88%. Another thing that we've learned is that around 31% of these plastics that we get on the beaches are recyclable. And what is the meaning of that? We can make money by keeping plastic away from environment. Next. I want to give the genesis of plastics. Plastics are not bad. I had indicated that. The problem that we have is how we manage it. So the population has been growing. The facilities that the county governments are having are overwhelmed. The worst part is the middle class. Most of us here, we are going to be middle class. When we were young, we rarely took sodas. But the days you took a soda, we never used to use straw. But it was still sweeter. Middle class cannot take soda without straw. Zile moteli. We used to sit down there, take your tea, then disappear. Nowadays, we find you with coffee, moving around with it. But once you finish taking a coffee, you throw it there. So once it is thrown, it will be on the streets. Part of it will be carried by wind into our beaches. Part of it, when it rains, it flows to the rivers. So we did some research to determine what the contribution of rivers are. And we chose a very good river, River Sabaki. River Sabaki starts from Nairobi as Nairobi River. And we can report that River Sabaki is transporting more than 614 plastic items per year. So, unajienjoy huko Nairobi, then you throw for us the waste there to come and affect us huko chini. That is basically how it is. So the plastic we are throwing here today, it will get down there. Somebody in a remote island somewhere in Mageta or Migingo will feel your impacts. Next. Okay, we've also estimated what is floating in the whole of the Kenyan Ocean. So we can report that up to 3.7 billion plastic items at any given time floating in the ocean. And the worst part of it is that most of organisms, those animals that we find down there, they cannot differentiate plastic from their food. Who knows sea turtles? Those ones looking like Kobe. Oh, the young men, they know sea turtle. Sea turtles, they feed on something called jellyfish. So for a polythene bag, when it is floating in water, it looks like a jellyfish. So they go for it. Next. In Mombasa, we have three major important ecosystems. We have mangroves, which are just trees. Mangroves are just trees growing in the ocean. They play a very important role. Anything from land will be blocked there before it enters the ocean, including plastics. But now the problem is mangroves, they stay in sediment or soil without oxygen. So God made them to have breathing roots that are up to, they are growing on top of the ground. But now when you have polythene bags blocking these roots, then you are killing this same ecosystem that is supposed to be protecting us from pollution from land. And our research is showing that every meter squared, we are having up to 2 or 2.5 of plastics down there. Next. Coral reefs. So mnajua the role that tourism is playing in Kenya, very important. Nowadays, almost surpassing agriculture. So coral reefs, they attract tourists, especially wazungu. Nyinyi mpendi kutembea. So we get a lot of money when they come and see this beautiful ecosystem that we have. But when you have a plastic bag there, then we kill these corals. And I'll be telling you, you will be very happy with all the coral reefs that are dying. But it's going to come back to us, and I'll be showing you how that is happening. And if you see the picture down here, this is a tomato paste, a container of tomato paste. 40 meters deep in the ocean. Where did it come from? From one of our kitchen. Next. So we've summarized the major threats that we have. Plastic fragments are the worst. There are very many. Those candies, paka sweet. Nani wanakula mira hapa? Wenye youth don't take mira. People who take mira, obit. But even you people take obit. Those containers, those wrappers, they are here. They are number 3, number 4. Pampers, your straws are here. The ones you use. Pampers should be somewhere up here. The people who smoke, you are also part of the problem. Next. So, I wanted to spend time here. Why plastic is not good for the environment? And I want to start with the ones that we know. Michelle has indicated that they used to go to the beach to enjoy that sand. Plastic did not make sand to disappear, but plastic make the beach to be so dirty that you don't feel like going back there again. So people who used to swim when they were young, now you have glass bottles thrown everywhere, it's no longer safe to swim. So that is one problem, one main reason why plastic is a concern for us. Then 2, it has disappeared. I'll go to the ecology part. This one is less known. And when you're talking of plastic, it's not only your chupa ya maji, the fishing nets are also part of it. So these organisms, I told you how the amount of plastic floating on water, 3.7 million. So they are floating, organism will take it. So your stomach is full, thinking that you've eaten. But you've eaten food that has no nutritive value. Haina proteins, haina carbohydrates. So tumbo imejaa, but you are malnourished. It is the same thing happening to food. So when we have fishing nets also thrown, there are some that fishermen, once they've used, they throw it there, or the ones that have gotten lost. They continue doing what they were made to do. They continue fishing, but in the course of fishing pier, they entangle other organisms that are not supposed to even be caught by the nets. Then these plastics, when you find them at the bottom of the ocean, the small insect that the previous presenter Storm talked about here as food for fish. So where they are made, there's somewhat at this length, so it can no longer reach the food where they're supposed to be consumed. Then the worst is that plastics can move around. A plastic that is once in the US will take more than roughly 100 years and it will be somewhere with us. China, the water mass that is China, water that's in China takes only 1.5 months and it is in Mombasa. So imagine if there was a plastic, there was an organism from China hiding in plastic and is being brought by water mass. We might end up having hyacinth kind of a problem in Indian Ocean related to what? To the other organisms that are coming from other areas to an area where they don't have natural enemies. And that is likely also to happen in. The good thing with the Victoria is only Tanzania, Uganda, so organisms are the same. But Indian Ocean, imagine organisms from South Africa, from wherever, coming to Mombasa. So, the other one that is very obvious, human beings, we are mean. So we like things touching on us. I've talked about you going to swim there and you're cut by glass or something else when you're swimming. And I want to take you to the second one. The people who are in secondary school, Newton, is it third law of motion? Okay, let's take the other one, the simpler one, law of gravity. The only time when you go against law of gravity is pollution. You throw it thinking that it will never come back to you. It will come back to you. Plastics are made of chemicals that are poisonous. When they move around, they are made of fossil fuel, so vitu kama mafuta hivi. So they attract those bad pollutants, heavy metals, nini, all those is accumulated in plastic. So you throw it, it accumulates all these contaminants, then fish will take it. Then you are comfortable in Dunga Beach taking fish. And you throw a straw there after taking water. Actually, you are taking a straw through that fish. So you are contaminating yourself with your straw, with your diaper. You are taking your diaper through that fish. Then, of course, the one for swimmers and divers is the same. The worst part is here. Economic losses. Very many times, when you throw your plastics, we destroy our environment. Those critical habitats where fish should breed, feed, and go into a size that you can eat. So what happens if you destroy somebody's home, he can no longer eat, sleep, and reproduce, you get less food. So very soon, even in some areas where pollution is, we start getting less and less food. I've talked of tourism. If Muzungu comes today and one of our beaches is very dirty and he was referred by a friend, do you think if he goes back, we'll ever refer anybody? No. So that revenue, ile pesa that we are getting from tourism also start going down. Fishermen. If you are moving around with your boat doing your business, then your propeller gets stuck in a fishing net. You'll be lucky, come it is this other one that you can lift. But if it's not the one that you can lift, you have to dive down there. If you're a good diver, to entangle it. If you're not a good diver, then you'll drift to wherever the wind will take you. And it's very costly for those people to do that. Then there are very many times that we've organized beach cleanups. It is expensive in terms of time. It's expensive in terms of everything. Next. So what the government has done, we've generated enough scientific evidence to prove to the government there's a problem. And in Mombasa, they understood that there's a problem. And that is what we want you to do in Kisumu here. Making noise when you have data and information, it has more impact than just saying we have a plastic pollution problem. So if somebody asks you, how polluted is it? Unakwama hapo. So it starts with research, and research that we are talking about here is not came free. It is all of us joining effort through citizen science. We generate that data together. Then we start making noise with it. So we made noise. You remember the bans? There was the first ban on plastic carrier bags. Then there's a second one on single-use plastics in protected areas. It's a challenge implementing it, but we are trying. But most importantly, Kenya developed a national marine litter management action plan. And one thing I want to say about this action plan, that all of us has a role to play. One area that is highlighted and stressed in this management plan is awareness and education. And this kind of forum is doing it very well. I'm very sure these young people, when they live here, their minds will have changed. By the way, it's only young people that are going to help us with plastic problems. Attitude change can only happen with the young. The older ones, they don't even have attitude anymore to change. The attitude was gone. So when we build capacity, raise awareness on the young ones that don't throw your plastic, they will make sure that the father doesn't throw plastic. By the way, these people don't throw plastic. Hii CBC imesaidia sana. But these people never went through CBC, wanasumbua in terms of throwing. Then this action plan has defined roles of kila mtu. County government, national government, schools, youth, civil society, everybody has a role to play in managing plastics. And lastly, second last, we've come up with a new law, sustainable waste management. Have you heard about it? Say, if you don't sort your waste, na umepatikana, do you know the fee, the fine? It is 300,000, ama jela 6 months. So it is expected that when you generate waste at home, you separate. For the counties, they are starting with the dry and the wet. But we'll expect you later on to put plastic kando, glass kando, and food kando. And why are you doing that? So that these plastics, they don't get dirty with the food that is already in that waste, so that you can resell it. And I want to tell you how we are going to resell plastics. The government is coming up with what we call extended producer responsibility. So say if we get a Coca-Cola bottle kwa barabara, who are we going to charge? We are going to charge Coca-Cola. And that's why now we are encouraging youths to form small groups so that when they collect this, we get money from Coca-Cola. This is they can clean their dirt. Those are they can clean their mess. Last slide, I think it is the last slide. Okay. So that is why we are here, and we want to encourage you and thank you for this kind of sittings, because it is this, through this kind of sittings, that we create awareness. Let us be involved in beach cleanups. Let us be involved in annual participation in international coastal cleanups. And when you get some little data, please share it so that it can help us deal with this. And together we'll beat this problem of plastic. Thank you.
Yes. Have we forgotten? You've not forgotten. This one has forgotten. Okay, let's give him. Thank you. Thank you, Eric. And thank you for the nice presentation, scaled to our levels. We are not experts in the big words, but you brought it in a way that we could understand. I saw even the young children taking notes. Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. We will go for lunch and come back for the next presentation. In that regard, I'll request for a volunteer to kindly pray for us.
Oh God, we thank you for everything. Oh God, we thank you for life. Oh God, please help those children who are in hospital. Oh God, please help those people who are suffering in the hospital. Oh God, please help us and our families. Oh God, please help us. We are going to eat food. Oh God, please thank you for everything. Oh God.
Unajua ile Victoria haisaidii serikali peke yake? Mimi najisaidia. Ngoja kwanza. Si wewe unakunywa maji? Hiyo maji inatoka wapi? Inatoka kwa ziwa ama kwa river? Saizi wewe unatoka takataka hapa river weka. Hiyo maji mvua ikinyesha inaoza yote hadi kwa lake. Sema responsibility.
Responsibility. Hadi ya responsibility ndio nimesema.
Hata kama uko sawa hata responsibility. Bas, ni responsibility yetu kuhakikisha kwamba tunasafisha mazingira ili tusaidie samaki zetu ambazo ziko kwa ziwa. Unanielewa? Sasa hata leo venye naongelesha hapa. Kuna mafunzo, kuna summit. Kule social law.
Mali penye anakuwa ameandika Mama Grace.
Hapo Mama Grace. Hapo ndani kuna watu wanaitwa Friends of Namlolu. Namlolu wale. Wanafunza watu hapo na wanadiscuss hizi magari. Na hata usikwenda huko. Si uko na Facebook?
Pale kwa Facebook.
Hapa.
Una Google.
Hapo kwa Facebook. Unapata Friends of Namlolu. Usipe sango wako hapo. Wanafunza watu hapo mzuri, lakini sasa leo twende social law.
Si ungesema hizi.
Ujue ni mafunzo.
Twende ndipo wewe funzo yako.
Bwana mkipigana mbele yangu mimi napiga bao.
After such an introduction, I can't wait to listen to the presenter myself. Good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed lunch. It is incredibly a difficult task to give a lecture immediately after lunch because the body has other demands like processing the food that we just consumed. But in the next few minutes, allow me to briefly talk about blue climate, marine and freshwater systems, climate change, carbon cycle, and so forth. Right? Sometimes in there, using even to me, but in the next 5 minutes, I hope we will be on the same page. Next slide, please. We are living on a planet, Earth, the blue planet, and it's among the when we were in school, we had 9 planets, but the young ones today, how many planets do we have in our solar system? How many? You? 8.
9.
9. Okay, that is nice. But there is only you?
We have 8 planets.
8 planets. And you?
We have 8 planets.
8 planets. 7. How many?
Planets.
8.
8 planets. 9 planets.
9 planets. Ah.
9 planets. 8 planets.
Oh, nice. I think we have roughly 8 to 9 planets in our solar system. I'm going to ask one question before I proceed. In those 8 planets, and I don't know, over 300 moons, where do we find life in the solar system? Earth. Nowhere else. Mars can support life, but it doesn't have life so far. Why is that? Why is it that this Earth, it doesn't look even a significant planet? It's one of the small planets, but it seems to have abundant life on it. Anyone who can give me just, I need only 2 reasons why we have life on Earth and not on Venus or Mars. Water, that is really important. It means that for life to be there must be water. And you? Oxygen, really important. The elements must be in the right proportions. Something else, because of time, there's something else that makes our place very good to live in. The temperatures. Yes. Trees, yes. So we need trees for us to survive. And you? You are saying something? Sorry? Light. Yes, we need light to survive. Sorry? Horace, please give a microphone.
Richard.
What?
Creatures.
Sorry?
Creatures, yeah.
Creatures. Oh, humans cannot live on their own. They need other creatures to support them. And you? Sorry? Food. We live on food. We have, it seems like for us to survive, conditions must be right in so many aspects. Let me listen. Sorry?
Rain.
Rain. Eh? Rain.
Shelter.
Sorry?
Shelter.
Shelter.
Clothing.
Clothing. So we need resources. Clap for the young ones. What it means that if conditions change, especially if we lose water and it becomes too hot for us, our planet can easily become like those ones that are near the sun, Mercury or Venus, where water cannot survive as a liquid. It will evaporate. Or if things go the reverse way, our planet can be too cold and we become like Mars or planets beyond there where life cannot thrive. Let's please display some slides. The next one, please. I think we have already gotten many reasons why life is good on earth and why it is there in abundance. The next slide, please. The next one. We talked about the freshwater systems, marine water systems being critical to our survival. That is not enough. They must be in the right state for them to be able to support us in a pleasant way. So for us to continue benefiting from the ecosystem services, like our lake here, we cannot drink water from the lake if it is polluted. We cannot have leisure activities if plastics are everywhere. So somehow we must make these systems healthy and they will give us a healthy life. Next slide, please. What we've seen is that our water systems, be it fresh or marine, are already experiencing serious challenges. And some of those, among those challenges is climate change. Because the temperatures are increasing, greenhouse gases are increasing, the earth is becoming warmer and warmer, and we said if our temperature increases, we cannot survive. Pollution is a problem. Changing the structure of our water system is a problem, and we are also over-exploiting these systems. Please, let's see the next slide. We know there is something called the carbon cycle, and this is the changing of state. We cannot survive without carbon, but we must have it in the right place, in the right quantities. Because of our population and because of the industries that are coming in and many other uses, we are releasing much more carbon into the atmosphere. And this is contributing to greenhouse gases that increase our global temperatures. But luckily, as our youth said, we need trees that help remove the excess carbon from the atmosphere. But one of the most important resources that help in maintaining the carbons in the right, carbon and other elements in the right quantities to support life is the oceans and the big water systems that take off excess carbon from the system. If we destroy these fresh and marine water systems, they will not play that role of maintaining carbon and other elements in the right quantities. And so, for us to survive in the next 10 years, we must do something such that this cycle is maintained in the right way. It should operate the way it should. By the way, we think we can destroy the earth. We can destroy these aquatic systems, but we are incapable of doing that. Before we destroy them, we will have died many years, because it is us who depends on the earth and not the other way around. The earth can do just fine without us. Let's continue, please. We've talked about this. Climate change, the temperatures are rising, carbon is increasing, and this is making our planet and our water systems less habitable with time. Let's proceed, please. We've talked about the impacts of climate change, and we see, because of the actions of us and those people who lived before us, the temperatures are rising. Now we have longer droughts, and when it rains in huge quantities, causing flooding, and it's therefore very difficult for us to survive. When it is drought, it's a bad drought. When it's flooding, it's bad. Generally, what we are doing now is not helping the water systems. But as the youth, as the people who are going to be on this earth for some time, we need to make some decisions to help reduce pollution, so that these water systems might sustain the next and other generations to come. Next. I think that is all that I needed to say. That is it. Thank you.
Naishi natumaini najitolea daima Kenya, hakika ya bendera ni udhabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani, daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo.
Century, century, and century.
It's centuries, centuries and centuries of natural parasites on water, and hyacinth uncontrollable by human force, taking a bigger percentage of our fresh waters. Plants need to be advantageous, pruned not. Environmental conservation, poor on the lakeside. Lake Victoria is flooded with plastic bags and wastes. Bags, non-degradable. Indigestible, they make our animals succumb to death.
City, oh the great city, oh the great Kisumu city, the city on poorly paid cleaning on regular basis. Human beings on the great Kisumu city, always careful on where they step, living the life-giving be a menace of living. Environmental conservation, the environmental conservation of the great Lake Victoria needs a head up from me to you in leading a cleanup of the great Lake Victoria. We need to join hands. We need to join hands. We need to create forces against pollution of the great Lake Victoria and waste management along Lake Victoria. A conserved environment is a one kick-off at all. I am the Blue Ambassador. Environmental conservation begins with me to you. Thank you.
Mazingira tunayoyaishi yamechafuka, sio pleasing. Maji ya taka yanayowekezwa kwenye ziwa palipo wanyama, usafi ndilo jukumu letu. Basi tushikane mikono, mazingira tuweke safi, sije tupataka ovyo ovyo, tuchafue mtaani kwetu. Basi hanyang twashukuru kwa kazi yako, ningependelea upewe nafasi nyingine. Serikali tushikane mikono, tusafishe mitaa, tuache domodomo, tusafishe mitaa, wakubwa kwa wadogo, tusafishe mitaa, tusafishe mitaa, tushikane mikono, tusafishe mitaa, tuache domodomo, tusafishe mitaa, wakubwa kwa wadogo, tusafishe mitaa. Niko na swali, mbona tusiwe wasafi, tusitupe takataka kila mahali. Ukifika pale ziwa zinaliwa na samaki, na hilo ni hatari kwa wanyama wa bahari. Kama ni usafi ita jirani, wacha wajue si tuko kwa kazi. Usiwe na wasi, leo ni safi, wacha tu waitane. Shikane mikono, tusafishe mitaa, tuache domodomo, tusafishe mitaa, wakubwa kwa wadogo, tusafishe mitaa, tusafishe mitaa, tushikane mikono, tusafishe mitaa, tuache domodomo, tusafishe mitaa, wakubwa kwa wadogo, tusafishe mitaa.
You guys want an encore? You want her to sing again?
I'm okay on music.
Cheza kiwewe, zungusha kiwewe,
Recommandé le grand mopao.
Windrose, cheza na kichwa juu, mikono ikiwa juu, kushoto kulia, watoto baruke juu. Leo tumekuja
nawakilisha.
Hapo tu. Zungusha tu. Zungusha tu. Ruka tu. Ruka tu. Tobina mami, tobina papa, tobina bande kuna guys. Ngalo getu so komisonize, ali mala moko mana polele penza. Tobina elengi. Jina ni Rose usingide shiko, na kuanga mado usingione hivo. Na mini kwa God, na siyo devo. Stari ni dopo naona wivo. Cheza ni kama unalia, mkono kwa macho unadirika. Tuende kushoto kulia, jifanye umechanganyikiwa. Basi tikisha kichwa, aki unatisha kuja tupige picha, alafu tuposti Insta. Tobina elengi.
Mose yaba kono tu.
Cheza na kichwa tu, mkono ikiwa juu, kushoto kulia, batoto baruke juu, leo tumekuja kuwakilisha. Cheza na kichwa tu, mkono ikiwa juu, kushoto kulia, batoto baruke juu, leo tumekuja kuwakilisha. Habari nishapata, kuna mipango ya kusakata we. Muziki ya kisasa kwenye mitambo inachanganya we. Kwa mama kwa leso, mchezo ni leo. Atukiwa kwa ghetto, mchezo ni leo. Mama, baba, basi inama, kaka, dada, basi sakata. Na kuja designer, queen si kwa game China we. Uliza kwa cyber, nani anakuanga ni cyber we. Na leo ni kucheza mpaka tulewe. Form ni kutesa hadi watu wabebwe. Mkono ikiwa juu, kushoto kulia, batoto baruke juu, leo tumekuja kuwakilisha. Cheza na kichwa tu, mkono ikiwa juu, kushoto kulia, batoto baruke juu, leo tumekuja kuwakilisha. Hapo tu. Zungusha tu. Ruka tu. Tobina mami, tobina papa, tobina. Ruka tu. Tobina mami, tobina papa, tobina bande kuna guys. Ngalo getu so komisonize, ali mala moko mana polele penza. Tobina elengi. Yao, wepa.
Wait. Tell people where they can find more of your music.
Kila mahali at Queen Rose Official.
Ziwani Young Learning Center. Tuko na shairi
lenye mada
usafi wa mazingira.
Karibuni. Kwa ukweli tunasema, sikilizeni kwa makini. Watu wengi huchafua mazingira kila popote uendapo. Baharini ukienda unapigwa na butua. Plastiki majini, maji yenyewe ni chafu. Ndio maana tunasema tutunze mazingira. Ni jukumu letu sisi sote, tusafishe baharini. Asanteni. In front of you is the One Young Learning Center, ready to present to you a poem entitled On My Way Home. Thank you. On my way home, I say hello to the grocery. What are you doing in the grocery? I'm selling mangoes and tomatoes. I shall make food taste good. On my way home, I say hello to the fisherman. What are you doing in the boat? I'm packing fish to sell at the store. The driver will help to take the boxes at the store. On my way home, I say hello to the gardener. What are you doing in the garden? I'm cutting tall branches and bushes for us stop nicking into my garden. Thank you. Mbele yenu ni nambari 1, Day1 Young Learning Center. Tuko na wimbo lenye mada wimbo wa historia. Karibuni. Wimbo uliimba historia, watu wote mnaombwa msikize kwa makini. Ilikuwa Oktoba 52, watu wote tulisikia Kenyatta ameshikwa. Akushikwa Kenyatta peke yake, lakini alishikwa na mabingwa wa uhuru. Woi, woi, woi. Ilikuwa kilio nchini Kenya, watu wote tuliona huzuni mingi sana. Akina baba, akina mama na watoto wote walili machozi wakisema woi, 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 tunataka Kenyatta achiliwe. Baba wa taifa alipotoka gerezani, aliwakuta wajumbe wetu wametengana vibaya sana. Aliongoza wajumbe mpaka Ulaya, kufika huko alipikwa na mayai yalioza. Mzee wetu alituomba tusahau yaliyopita, badala yake tuijenge nchi yetu. Oh, asante baba wetu, wengi we, asante baba wetu, asante.
What you've seen on stage are examples of activism in action. And one of the things Nalys promotes is we want you to look at yourself, identify a skill or a talent you have, and then apply it to change making. Because people always assume environmental work is like maybe planting trees or stuff like that. But this problem is systemic and it's intersectional and it requires multiple approaches. So you've seen music being used, you've seen presentations being used, you've seen poetry being used, and we hope this is giving you some ideas about how you can use what you like to do to protect what you care for. So our next presentation is online. It's going to be by Diego Ariola Fernandez from Mexico. And the Green speaking team. So we've had a few online participants from the time we began and some online organizers being here throughout the summit. So Swapnil, if you can hear me, please turn on your video and say hi. Hi, Swapnil.
Yeah, I can hear you. Hi, everyone. Okay, we're going to start with our presentation. Just let me share this. And okay. Okay, Michelle, can you text me a thumbs up if everyone can see this slide with a little Diego raising his hands there in the bottom? Yes. Beautiful. Okay. Well, hello everyone. My name is Diego Fernandez. I'm so sorry for all the technical trouble and difficulties prior to starting this. It's been such a hectic couple of days. Right now, I'm in Canada. It's 8:46 a.m. That's why we were a bit unable to join earlier. We've been working on this for over a year and a half now, because we were part of Nalys 2021 last year, green speaking, here in Canada with Mexico and our friends in India with Swapnil. And it was a huge success last year, and this year I see that it is also a huge success. So I'm very happy. I was also very happy to go after that presentation that was beautiful, and that song that was really beautiful, and it inspired me to tell you something also, that and build upon something that Michelle said, that it's that we should all seek our talents, right? And see what our talents are and our passions, and then build from those, and then start doing activism and start doing work and start doing positive things, building on those talents. And so when I was that age, right now I'm 20 years old, still very young. But when I was like 11, I loved public speaking. I really liked it. I liked to be at poetry competitions and oratory competitions and Model United Nations and debate competitions, everything where I could just speak and debate and like tell my ideas and just defend something like a lawyer. I would love to do that. And Sarah used to be in my same school, so she's gonna tell you the exact same, that it was true. And so eventually I realized that I could use this passion positively, right? I could use it to actually fight for those things that were needed to be fighted for. And so I started learning more about different problems such as climate change, environmental degradation, plastic pollution in my country, and then internationally. And I started to get a lot of opportunities to talk at different events and share my perspective. And these are some of the pictures. Those are from when I was a bit older as the years went by. And this one in like the left part is from a conference that I attended in South Korea a couple of weeks ago. And it's really interesting because I used to be afraid of it when I was like a young kid. I didn't know that I had like this ability to actually create change, to go and talk to politicians, to business leaders, to adults, and tell them that I had ideas, that I wanted to be heard, that there were things in Mexico, because I don't know if I said this, but I'm from Mexico originally, same as Sarah. Sarah is currently in Mexico. And there are so many environmental problems in Mexico, so many killed activists all across Latin America that speak up for the environment. And I didn't care. I was like, I still need to raise my voice and say that there's something wrong here, that we need to focus more on indigenous communities, that we need to support the local coastal communities as well, that we need youth and children to learn about environmental problems and like actually be taken into consideration. And that's how we started this movement that you see there, Green Speaking, which will tell you more about tomorrow. You're gonna have to come back tomorrow because we have an amazing workshop for public speaking and environmental marketing, and how to create, how to make your campaigns international after you have started them. And we're going to talk to you more about how we made our campaign a non-profit organization, and how it became international. So stay tuned for tomorrow. But what I want to start talking to you today, alongside Sara Avila, which is a great member of Green Speaking, is 4 tips for you to become a great activist. And give me just 1 second. Give me just 1 second. I'm back. Okay. So we have 4 tips to become a great activism. So I'll pass it on to Sarah so she can start with the first one. Sarah, are you there? Yes, you are.
Hello, hola, hola. Hi. So, which is our first tip? According to a study made by Dr. Erica Chenoweth from Harvard, nonviolent resistance and civil movements have higher rates of success than those who are violent. She studied over 300 civil movements across the 1900s, and the majority of those who were successful were nonviolent. Let's take an example also on recent activists. Greta Thunberg. She never used violence to communicate what was happening, to protest what was happening today. Whoever said that violence was the key to make a change and to create an impact was wrong, was definitely wrong. Our most powerful weapon are words. Can you? Now, no, this is, no, yes, this is not. How are you going to choose a strategy to focus on? Well, here are 4 tips. Like being specific and focused on one thing is important at the beginning. So here are some examples, like what is your purpose going to be? Like building awareness, or promoting a behavior change, or targeting businesses, pushing legislation. If you have also how can I make this simple? You don't have to do everything in just one step. It is step by step. So first, you want to build awareness with identifying an issue and then sharing it to your friends, to your classmates, to your parents, to your neighbors. And so by communicating that issue, you're creating awareness. So checklist number 1. It's a strategy. It's like the GIF in the presentation. It's a game plan. You have different moves. You can't just tackle everything at once. Step by step, so that you can have everything in control and that everyone is in the same page as you.
Okay, that's, I'm gonna talk to you about that one. Just a couple of things is that we're giving you these tips, guys, because today you've been learning all about the problems, right? What's happening with Lake Victoria? What about what's happening with plastic pollution? What's the thing with environmental degradation? You've learned about these amazing organizations like Planet Zero Alliance, that is like in the US and supporting all the different events across the world. You're learning about Osiepe Sango Friends of the Lake, which is your host organization in Kisumu, Kenya, with Michelle, Jeremy, and Millicent Mushilo, and so many other people involved. You're learning right now about Green Speaking, which is this organization in Mexico and now also in Canada, and with the help of Swapnil in India as well, to help you guys feel more confident about being environmental activists. And another, you're learning about all these NGOs and like about us, and we're going to tell you more about our stories. These are some of like the things that we wished we would have known at the beginning, you know, and that are really helpful for you to go onto the right pathway. So as Sarah was saying, like the first one, you need to like make sure that you are fighting peacefully, that because there are like so many problems and it's so stressing that there's a lot of people in power that do not do the right stuff or the things that are needed in time. And like with actual, I'm sorry for that, and with like determination, but we have to remain calm and remember that that's exactly what we're trying to fight, right? We're trying to fight violence, we're trying to fight apathy and evil, and we're trying to fight ignorance, indifference. We have to do it with like the right values, okay? And that's even more successful according to a Harvard study. So that's pretty accurate, like Sarah said. And then as Sarah was saying, you're not gonna be able to like do everything at the same time. At the beginning, seeing so many problems, you're probably like, okay, I want to create a social media account, and then I'm gonna have a nonprofit, and then I'm gonna do beach cleanups, and then I'm also gonna do events like Nalys, like Michelle and Jeremy, because they are amazing. And then I'm also gonna do events online. That's amazing. That's incredible. You're gonna be a super activist, but you can't do that all from the beginning because it's gonna be insane for you. For me at least, I'm balancing these that I do. It's volunteering with work, and then with school, and then with family time, and then with friends time. But it's a bit hectic. Imagine if you want to do all those times, all those things at the same time. You need to start step by step, okay? And then the third tip is to use your passion. And Michelle was saying this, and this is something that we both organizations focus on a lot, and it's that you don't have to do what you don't want to, or said differently, you should do what you love to and what you're good at, because that's gonna make you a better activist, right? So for example, what am I doing right now with you guys? I'm speaking, right? I'm talking to you, and what I told you was my passion when I was younger, public speaking, right? So everything is smoothly. That's why I'm doing this, and I'm enjoying it. And what is Sarah doing? She's also a great speaker and leader, and that's what we're doing. Swap Neil as well, and he's like super extrovert. He loves meeting new people, so that's why he's here. And we have some really great friends that are incredible scientists, and they like I have a friend in the US in Michigan. She's indigenous and she's really good at robotics. And so her name is Danielle. And then she creates these robots and she teaches young indigenous children in her community about robotics and then how to be activists for feminism and for indigenous rights and for environmental rights. So it's really amazing, and it all comes from her passion for robotics. We have Jeremy and Michelle that are developing their app because they're brilliant and they have this passion for technology and programming, and that's how they're using their passions well. So here you can see, like, you can use music, you can use science, you can use drawing, design. If you, for example, love singing, like the kids that were presenting before us, you can use that to go and spread your message throughout videos of you singing, and then participate at different conferences and highlight what's happening in your community through that powerful tool of communication, right? So that's the third tip. Then the fourth one, and I think this is the most important one. Well, you have to speak with your heart. That's very important. That's especially for when you're like going to talk to someone about your ideas or your campaign. Maybe today you met some people that you didn't know and you want to partner up, you want to collaborate for creating a campaign, for doing a cleanup, or just to tell your ideas. You want to recruit those amazing little kids with the poetry and song. You have to be able to just speak with your heart, be genuine, tell what you're feeling, and then it will come naturally. If you're like afraid of what might happen, of failure, if you're afraid of how hard the process will be, if you're afraid maybe because it's pointless to do something or to become an activist, it's not if you start doing it with your heart and actually what you want to accomplish always in your mind and why you're doing it for, your motives. Maybe you are joining Nalys because you are really scared for the future of your family, and then you have to keep that in mind, or because you are scared about the future of your community or your loved ones. So you have to be very aware of that, okay? And now I'll pass it on again to Sarah.
Well, hola again. Now it's time to talk a little bit about me. First of all, hi. My name is Sarah. I'm 19 years old. I'm from Mexico City. Right now, I'm in Mexico City, and it's 8 a.m. And well, I am a regular person. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not as creative as Diego, or as innovative as Michelle and Jeremy. I am a person that was never involved in anything related to climate change. But as Diego said, I was passionate with public speaking. I started by doing poetry contests back in school. And in 13 years of my school, I just win once, but I never gave up. And I realized that during this process, I realized that all it took for me to keep going was that I was motivated for something, for a win on my own. So on my last year of high school, I set to myself a different goal. Once I won in poetry, I said, I want something different. I want something that challenges me. And I competed with my friends for the presidency of the Students' Council. And I won. Without knowing, I won. I presented the best arguments, the best proposals, and I won. And it took me a year of stress and during pandemic to lead a team that wasn't motivated. But at the end, I learned how to share this with my friends. I learned how to motivate my friends, how to motivate a school to do things, to participate in things. And so right now I'm in college. And guess what? I postulated myself again. I ran again for president and I won as the president of my career. Right now I'm gonna be taking protest on August the 5th. And again, I'm going to have this project of innovating something at school or motivating my friends. But why am I telling you this? Because leadership comes with motivation. When you want to do something, not just for yourself, but for someone else. Leadership sometimes comes when you want someone else to grow. When you see a group of people and you say, you know what, we can do something and I can help them be bigger. Now, all of this sounds amazing, like, yeah, you're a leader and whatever, but to be realistic, being a leader is not something you get paid for. It's not something you sometimes get clapped for or recognized for. Sometimes even people hate you for that. Like, why are you being a leader? Like, you don't know anything about it. You're right. I'm not getting paid. I'm not getting clapped for. I'm not being celebrated for it. But it's something that I know that it will help someone else. You see, leadership is not something that also you are born with. No, it's not like just certain people are leaders. No, everyone can be a leader. If you set your mind to it with the best goals, with a mindset that is not only for yourself, in which leadership is just focused on yourself, when leadership also comes to help or to create a better impact in someone else's life, believe it or not, that's leadership. And I don't see myself as a leader, but people see me like it because they have been telling me, you help us grow. That is what leadership does. And I want to motivate you guys to take action, to become leaders. You'll see Michelle, Jeremy, Diego, Swapnil, Manad, everyone in their own way are becoming ecological leaders, we can say it like that. But also you can do it. You in your own way can do it as long as it's not selfish, as not as it's just for your own success. As long as you look for others to rise, that is when you'll know when you become a leader. And trust me, the path is gonna be tough. There are gonna be problems, not just with the project, but also with the people that do not understand your mindset, that do not see your goals, that do not see what you wanna do. But those are the challenges that build us character, that build us, that make us tough. So I want to motivate you guys to try and take action. It doesn't have to be tomorrow that you take action, step by step. So this is a little bit of my story, and now I want to invite you guys to something that Diego and I planned. So we are trying to grow our social media, which are Instagram and YouTube, since all our content is free, and we want to provide people with a simple environmental education and help them become more confident in themselves. So for this, we're going to raffle 2 individual and comprehensive mentorships for your campaign success. It is made up of 8 half-an-hour Zoom sessions throughout the year, and we're going to answer each of your questions, help you with your problems. We're going to connect you with the right resources and people, and guide you towards substantial action. If you want to participate in this raffle, all you have to do is follow us on Instagram. There are our usernames on Instagram, subscribe on YouTube, and send us a message through either of those apps saying that you attended Nalys 2022. And the raffle, the end of the raffle is going to be, we're going to tell you through Instagram and via stories when the raffle is going to end. But I really want to invite you to participate in this dynamic. We're going to be helping you. We don't care about the time zones. We're going to adapt just to help you. We're gonna be there for you. So thank you so much. I hope you can participate.
Speaking of time zones, Sarah, that was amazing. Just speaking of time zones, I want everyone to also give a huge clap and thank you and correlation and acknowledgement to Swapnil that it's here in the Zoom call, because he's been amazing at being here present, monitoring, since he's seen a better times than us. So Swapnil, please raise your hands like this so that everyone can acknowledge you.
Third time's the charm, by the way. I could hear my name. Should I turn on my camera?
A bit of echo.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, much better.
Third time's the charm. I could hear my name so many times during this whole conversation, but yeah. And I was particularly intrigued by something Sarah. I would like to add to that a great man doesn't seek to lead. If you've seen the movie Dune, which came out in October last year, the character played by Oscar Isaac says that a great man doesn't seek to lead. He's called to it. All of us who are giving presentations or hosting Nalys right now, I don't think we ever sought to lead. We sought to take action. It's only that we were called upon to lead. We only ever sought to make things better. We weren't leaders. We were change makers. That forged us into leaders. And each one of you present at Nalys is going to go through that exact same dynamic, just with a few different versions of yourself, depending on who you are and where you come from, and a bunch of other factors that may or may not matter. But here's the thing. We can all see some tremendous spark in everyone who's been attending Nalys, both last year and this year.
We're going to forward them to Diego and Swapnil and Sarah. So if any of you has questions, please raise your hands.
Thank you so much. And we can hear you.
Green speaking, or more about their workshop tomorrow, or you want them to mentor you for your action plans, like, you can ask. We are willing to share their emails, their contacts. They're here to help you guys. So does anyone have anything?
If not, tomorrow we're still having a workshop. So hopefully we'll see you all there.
Yeah, and tomorrow I will also be on the site of the Breathe Blue Summit, which is happening in India. So hopefully you'll be able to interact with all of our Indian participants as well.
Yeah, it'll be amazing.
Yeah, hope so.
Okay, thank you so much. I just want to ask them how it's really working for them at school level and what strategies have they really put in place to make sure that they become successful so that we may also adopt in our schools.
For sure. Do you want me to take that one, Sarah, or do you want to take it? Okay. So how it works. Can you hear me? Okay. How it works at school level. So I currently am in college, in university. 2 years ago at school, what we did is I talked to my principal and to the vice principal, and we were implementing a recycle program for every single-use plastic to go into special containers and then to use them, either the ones that were good in good conditions to take them to recycling centers like periodically, and the ones that weren't in good conditions use them, like upcycle them, and that was supported by all the school and like the board. And then that was going to be like a transition towards like the complete elimination of single-use plastics across the campuses. How did I accomplish that? Well, I just went and pitched the idea to my vice principal, and then we talked to the principal, and yeah, it was a huge success, and we were starting it. Unfortunately, then that was in 2019, but then COVID happened, and then the school was closed for like a year and a half, and then it had some financial problems and it had to shut down. So like we stayed in the transition process, but then that strategy is being mimicked at the university that I'm attending to in Toronto, here in Canada. And so what we did is we find what our ultimate goal is, right? For example, for many of you, it might be to eliminate single-use plastics from your school. But then you have to realize what steps you need to do first, so that's actually doable. Because you cannot do it from one day to tomorrow. It cannot be, we say in Spanish, from the night to the morning. That's not going to happen. We need to be realistic and like procedural, like Sarah was mentioning, right? So you need to figure out, like, for example, before going and eliminating single-use plastics, we need to finish all the ones that we have. And then how do we finish them? What do we do with waste? We need to recycle it and upcycle it. And then people need to know that they also can't bring their own single-use plastics, right? So we need to educate the people beforehand. And to educate them, we need to prepare before our presentations and tell why are plastics bad? What are they doing to the environment, to the ocean, to our lakes, to our bodies of water? And then before doing that, we need to create all the plan with dates. So I think having a good plan, like, and milestones is very important for you today and tomorrow when you develop your action plans. I don't know if that answer your question. If you have any doubts, as I was mentioning, you can reach to us here. We're always trying to be super responsive. Michelle, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Question answered. Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, Diego, she says you answered her question and you answered it wonderfully. So yeah, you heard it from Diego. It's important to have milestones and goals, because you can't say you want to eradicate plastic or restore Lake Victoria and do it in a day. So it's important to have a deliberate strategy. Do we have any other questions for the Green speaking team? So there are no other questions, but we'll share your Instagram and your email. And yeah, and you guys, Diego and Sarah will be back here for a workshop tomorrow. So if you want to learn more about public speaking strategy and get personal help with your action plans, they are doing a workshop here tomorrow. Thank you so much, Diego and Sarah.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for having us, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, so our next presenter is David Kariuki. He is the founder of KAIS International, and he's going to tell you about something really cool, electric mobility. Have you guys ever heard of or seen electric cars? I know a few of us must have heard about the electric pikipikis that our governor wants to bring to Kisumu. Well, now you're going to get to hear about electric cars. Welcome, David.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Hey, watu wakikosa kuclap, sitapeana sweetie, please. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. How does it go after that? All right, so I want us to stand up. Come on, guys. Let's all stand. Let us all stand, guys. Let us all stand. Ladies, beautiful ladies, let us all stand. So I want us to play a small game. Sawa sawa. I want us to play a small game. So this game is very simple. Sawa. I want us all to do this with your right hand. Everyone put up a finger. Kidole baba. Anyway, everyone put up your finger. And I want the person next to you to place their hand on top of that finger. All right? So the other hand unawekelea juu ya kidole ya huyo mwingine. So it should be something. Njoo hapa kidogo. Kuja hapa. So do this. Like that. So sote tumefanya hivi. So the moment I say go, you are supposed to grab their finger. Sawa. But then mwenye ameweka kidole, nikisema go, you are supposed to try so hard asishike kidole yako. Sawa. So what do? You remove it. Upeleke chini ama kando ama wherever. Sawa. So unaweza rudi hapo. So go. Nani ameshikwa? Kama umeshika your neighbor unamwambia kiti chini, ameband. Sawa. Umeshika neighbor wako, mwambia kiti chini. All right, so hiyo ni example. So everyone stand up again, stand up again, stand up again. So we are going to do that again. Sawa. Sawa sawa. Sawa sawa. Sawa sawa. All right, so I want to tell us a story. Sawa sawa. There was your fingers should be where they are. Sawa. There was a hare and the tortoise. And in this story about the hare, go. Ukishika your neighbor, tell them to sit down. Ukishika your neighbor, tell them to sit down. Ukimshika, tell them to sit down. We are continuing with our story. So I hope your neighbor kama ameshikwa ameketi chini. Sawa. And in this story about the hare and the tortoise, the hare was very fast. Yeah? Shh, guys, we are one meeting. The hare was very fast. And he was going to... Kama umeshika neighbor mwambie aketi chini. If you've held the finger of your neighbor, tell them to sit down. Tell them to sit down. And in this story of the hare, once they did that, wakaenda kwa starting line. Sawa. They were going to do a race. Kama neighbor wako ameambiwa keti chini, make sure ameketi chini. They were going to do a race. Now, when walifika pale at the start line, the lion... Hey, relax. Ladies, relax. The lion was the officiator of the race. So the lion akwambia, the winner of this race is going to join me at the throne. Okay? Is going to join me at the throne. And with that, the lion flagged off the race. 3, 2, 1, go! All right. Let's have our seats. So may I have my presentation on the slides? So today I want us to talk. Sawa. Nataka tufanye nini, guys? Nitatafuta monitor. Now this is a class where if you don't talk, unawekwa kwa
silence list. I don't know if there's anything of that sort. So can I get a mic? Can I get a mic? With someone who will help me walk it around. Can I get the mic? Is it working? Great. Are you going to help me walk it around? Or do you? All right. Thank you. And you will be the one. Nimekupea the rule. So, guys, my name is David Karaoke, as you can see. I am an environmentalist. I am a consultant. I've consulted for a couple of companies. I am the former president of the General Assembly at the Kenya Model United Nations. I also work with the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry as the Economic Diplomacy Sub-Chair. And last but not least, like the most of us here, I am a student and I am an interested youth who is highly interested in the future of not only just our country and our continent, but also the world at general. So can I get the next slide? Now, this is what we're going to talk about today. Magari. Sawa. Si kila mtu hapa amepanda gari once upon a time. Si hata labda leo tulikuja na gari. So today we're going to speak about cars. Okay? Now, next slide. Now, I want us to identify a problem with this photo. Michelle, so by a show of hands, who can see a problem in this photo? Anyone? Give this one a mic. Ama, you don't even need to walk it. Just stand up and shout. Shout to everyone. Okay, just give him the mic. Yeah, that won't work.
The problem is
Uh-huh.
the car is going fast and is removing very smoke.
Smoke, okay. So we identified two problems, going too fast and smoke. Who else? There's no wrong answer. Sawa. A raise of hands. Michelle there. Guys, I want us to think. Pia ukiona hiyo rangi ya yellow ni shida, unasema that is also a problem. Hakuna gari nafai kuwa na rangi ya yellow.
The cars are producing dust.
Dust, yes, thank you. Anyone else who is identifying a problem here, Michelle?
The car is covering the road with smoke.
Smoke, thank you. So can I get the next slide? Now, here, what do we see the issue is? Anyone? I want someone from that end. So Michelle, go and pick randomly anyone from that end. Just pick, don't ask, pick. Do not ask, just pick. Yes, you have my permission. No, good sir, it is you. Ni leo. Ni wewe leo.
Yes, the guy hey.
It's black.
The car is nice.
The car is black.
Pickup.
It's a pickup. That's a problem with you.
Yeah,
Pickup.
yeah.
Aya, sawa. Michelle, chukua mic. Aya, I want from that corner, pick anyone. Kwanza mwenye amekaa hapo. He's very, no, the one at the back. I want ule pale nyuma. No, to your right. Huyo, anajua hata naye anajua. What is the problem with the picture?
Nini? Hiyo gari inatoa moshi ya black na ina pollute environment.
Okay. Pass to your neighbor.
I think the driver is.
The driver is?
Has put a big exhaust.
The driver is the exhaust.
He has put a big exhaust fume.
I'm not able to get you.
Big exhauster.
Ni exhauster?
Yes.
Good stuff. All right, so we've identified a problem with the two pictures, right? Si tumeona shida iko wapi? Now, kwa barabara zetu hapa tukitoka nje, have we ever seen such vehicles? Tushaona such vehicles? Ladies, have we seen such a vehicle? Inafanyanga mnasikia kifua aje? Si vizuri, si ndio? And kids, mukiona hii hapa si mnasikia kufanya nini? Si ndio? Which is not good for our health, all right? So let's go to the next slide. Now, this is my question. How? Why? So who can identify this for me? What can we see on the screen? Michelle, this side. I want you to give to two of these ladies, two of any of the ladies here. Ask them what that is. Volunteer someone. Ni generator. No, give it to anyone. Pick. Don't ask. Pick. I've given you permission.
It is an engine.
It's an engine, correct? Give the one laughing. No, the next one.
An engine.
All right. So that's an engine. For double points, who can tell me what type of engine that is? Double points, double time, double points. Kuja upe huyu. What type of engine is that?
Engine of the car.
Yeah, it's engine of a car. No, but what type? Well, this is just aside the point, but that's what we call a V8 engine. Sawa sawa. So let's go to the next slide, please. So that V8 engine, when you break it down, kuna mtu ashai kuwa na pen akaanza kutoanisha cap, ukatoa kifuniko ya juu, ukatoa kitu ya biro. Si yote tumetoanisha kitu in our life. So when you break that engine down, ukiitoanisha kabisa, you get something of this sort. Sawa sawa. And you want to understand, hiyo moshi yenye tumeona ikitoka, inatokanga wapi? Haitoki tu hivi kama hewa si tunatoa, si ndio? But this is how it happens. So this, whatever you can see, hiyo quote unquote container, sawa? Hiyo container is what we call a cylinder. Sawa? Na hiyo kitu iko hapa chini inakaa iko na mkono inaenda juu is what we call a piston. Sawa sawa? Now, gari ndo isonge, what does it need? Inaenanga inaekwa nini? Anyone? Michelle, that lady there. Okay. Fuel. Go and give it to that lady. No, just give it to her. Mi ndio monitor. Hakuna kukataa monitor leo. The question is, for a car to move, what does it need? It needs fuel. So that fuel, inaekangwa tu na gari inaanza kusonga. What happens? Give the gentleman up, huyo hapo kando yako. What has to happen? Fuel is mixed with?
The fuel has to be mixed with air and then
correct.
It is burnt by the engine through propulsion.
Correct,
to
correct.
provide power to thrust the engine.
Aya, mpe moja huyo. Mpe moja. Mpe moja. Good job. The air, the fuel has to be mixed with air. Sawa sawa. Na hiyo air kuna kitu inaitwa spark plug inatoa moto. Hiyo air na fuel ikikuwa mixed hivyo inalipuka inatoa moto, then piston inateremka chini. Piston ikiteremka chini, gari inasongeshwa mara moja. So one revolution makes the wheel move as well. Sawa. But ikirudi mara ya pili, as you can see on the last slide, it removes exhaust gases. Sawa sawa. Mnaona ile moshi yenye tuliona kwa hizo picha mbili? That comes from the last slide. Ukichoma mafuta na hewa inatoa moshi. Sawa sawa. Na hiyo ndio moshi tumeona in the past two pictures. Okay? Now let's go to the next slide. Who can tell me what this is? I want the gentleman in the black expensive suit there to tell us what this is. There's a very expensive gentleman there. Ladies, hello. He is single and searching. Hello. Oh, sorry. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Is it a petrol station?
Speak as if you're sure of yourself. What does it look like?
Shell petrol station.
Good stuff. And who, the small picture on the side, what is the person doing? Give to the lady in black, just next to you.
The fuel attendant
is fueling the vehicle, okay? So, kila mtu ameona petrol station somewhere. Have we all seen a petrol station somewhere? Guys, have we all seen a petrol station somewhere? Mwalimu, hebu nitie huyu. Let's ask him. Have you ever seen a petrol station? Where have you seen one? Ama nipe jina petrol station moja. Any? Total. Sawa, good boy. So Total is an example. Who can give me any other example? Petrol station? Any? Shout. Sorry? Where?
Regnol.
Rednol. Yes, thanks. Anyone else with an example? Give to this lady.
Rubies.
Rubies. Yes, thank you. Daktari, give us an example of a petrol station that you have where you fuel your big machine.
I feel Total. We have Shell, Rubies. Yenye watu wamesahau. Ola, Ajib, those days. Caltex, Mobile, Canon, yeah, those days.
Thank you very much. So we've all seen a petrol station somewhere, right? Na hapo ndo tunaweka mafuta. Next slide, please. Now, so what next? What is the solution? Kama hatutaki kuona ile moshi tumeshinda tukiona, yenye inafanya tunakohoa and we feel sickly, watu wanapata asthma, watu wanapata all these respiratory diseases. So what are some of the solutions that we can do? What are some of the solutions that we can have? And this is where we have what we call electric vehicles. Sawa sawa. This, kuna mtu amesikia gari zinatumia stima, si mafuta? Have we heard of them? So hiyo ni example ya moja. So mkirudi shule, museme muliona gari inatumia stima. Sawa? Hata hiyo ni stima pia. Solar ni stima pia. Si ndio? Now, so what next? These are some of the solutions. Let me get the next slide. So when you break down an electric vehicle, unapata, I'll break it down. So we have very important components. Unaona ile engine tulikuwa tunaona pale? So gari ya stima haina engine. Unaona? Haina nini? So inatumia nini? Inatumia, mnaona hiyo kitu iko katikati ya miguu hivi, hapo chini. Hiyo nani anaweza niambia what it is? Who can tell me what it is? Inafanana na solar. Close but not that. Sorry? Kuja hapa karibu.
Battery.
Kila mtu clap. Moja. That is what we call the battery. Sawa sawa. Si kila mtu akona simu ama ameona simu. Simu yako, what is it powered with? The battery, right? So the battery stores charge. Si simu ya kila mtu battery yake ina store charge. Si ndio? So hiyo charge, kama kwa gari pia, charge ndio inatumika kufanya gari isonge. So hauhitaji mafuta, unatumia charge ya battery. Sawa sawa. So hiyo battery itafanya aje gari isonge juu. Ukitoa battery ya simu yako wekelee juu ya gari, haitasonga. Si ndio? So how does that happen? So what we can see between the wheels, what we can see between the wheels is what we call a motor. Sawa sawa. Boys, I know we have all played with motors at some point in time. Si tunajua motor ni nini? Good job. So a motor is what gets power from the battery, takes it through a power unit that makes the motor turn around. So gari inasonga mbele. Sawa sawa. Let me get to the next slide. Now, this, nani anaweza niambia nini? It's a bus. Sawa. Now let me surprise you guys. These buses were taken, hii picha ilichukuliwa Nairobi. Hizi picha zimechukuliwa industrial area. And these buses are electric. Hizi buses zinatumia stima. Si kila mtu ameona buses za Guardian, Tahmid, matatu za North Rift, matatu gani ingine? Tunajua? Skybus, gani ingine? Red bus. I feel like you're not playing with my mind, but okay. All these sorts of buses. But now those ones use fuel, and now we have the innovation of electric buses. Sawa sawa. Now these electric buses, of course they carry a lot of people, just like regular buses, maybe 30, maybe 40, maybe 50, 60 people. And they are a solution towards moving away from fuel. Kumbuka tunataka tuachane na fuel. Tunataka tuachane na Michelle, ebu ask the gentleman behind you. Muulize nini tunaachana naye. Nini tunaachana, my friend?
Fuel.
Good stuff. Tunaachana na fuel. And we are heading towards electricity. That's the future. Sawa sawa. Mnakumbuka kitambo people used to pass messages through smoke, fire, messengers. But these days, when I want to talk to someone who is in Nairobi, what do? I make a call. Sindio? People used to walk for millions on, okay, hundreds and hundreds of kilometers, right? But these days, if you want to go to Nairobi, you just take a bus, you take a plane, you take a motorbike if you have a good motorbike, right? And it's able to take you further because that was the future by that time. And now the future is in electric buses. Let me get the next slide. This is an example of also how we can reduce emissions. Remember, the ultimate goal is to care and protect our environment. So instead of kila mtu achukue gari yake, na hapa kila mtu, mimi naombea kila mtu hapa akuwe na gari yake kwenye hawajapata magari ama wenye wako bado shule. Instead of kwenda job, huyu atoke na gari yake, 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 we'd have 100 cars in this room. Sindio? But if we all took this one train, unaona how we reduce emissions by just taking a train? Are we all able to see that? Because the train, at best, if it's electric, then we will have 0 emissions. Sawa sawa? Sawa sawa? So this is also one of the solutions as to how we can reduce emissions by using public transport. Let me get the next slide. This is also one of the other ways. Who here cycles to work? Do we have people who cycle to work? Do we have people who cycle to work? Do we have people who cycle to school? Do we have people who cycle to school? Ebu challenge the people who go to work. Tell them to cycle to work. Tell them cycle to work. Daktari, you have been told to cycle to work. So cycling is also one of the ways of reducing carbon emissions. Sawa sawa. Iyo mushenye tuliona kwa zile picha, we're trying to reduce it by cycling. Let me get the next slide. And this is also one of the ways, walking. See, kina nani hapa huwa anatembea kwenda job ama kuenda shule? We all try to walk sometime, yeah? That is also one of the ways to reduce emissions. Sawa sawa. And that way we're able to care for the environment. Let me get the next slide. Now, how does this get connected? Michelle has been telling us and preaching to us and is, an activist of the of the oceans and the lakes and the rivers and the water basins, etc. And why am I talking about vehicles? Because at the end of the day, for us to protect our planet, for us to protect the world that we live in, we have to do something that we call a full cycle. Sawa sawa. You do something that's called a full cycle. A full cycle. Sawa sawa. Si hata ukiendesha bike pali inaanza itazunguka irudi tena pali ilianza. So what that means is that while she is busy protecting the lakes and oceans, there are other people busy planting trees. Sawa sawa. There are other people who are busy trying to reduce emissions. There are other people who are busy trying to do any and every other thing that is supposed to be of benefit to our environment. And this is one of the ways, okay? Through adoption of electric cars. But for those who electric cars might be out of their reach, through simple things such as walking. If I needed to go to Naivas here hapa, sitaki kutoka na, Prado at naenda to from a distance of 10 meters. I'd want to walk, or I'd want to take a bike, or I'd want to do something that will protect my environment, okay? Now, let me get the next slide. That is my next slide. Thank you. Do we have any questions? Do we have any questions? Do we have any questions? Someone with a question somewhere back there? Michelle? Simama tu. Anyone with a question, please just stand up and ask anything.
Okay, I have a question.
Yeah, what's your name?
My name is Elvis.
Elvis?
Elvis Ochieng.
Sorry?
Elvis Ochieng.
Elvis Ochieng, thank you.
So I was asking, the car with electrical, how is it charged with electrical? How many hours does it take to be fully charged?
How many hours does it take to be fully charged?
Yeah.
That's a good question. So I'll break it down this way. I believe you own a phone, sir. You own a phone, right? So you know that there are phones with fast charging, right? Si kuna simu ziko na fast charger. Na kuna zenye ni regular too, they take a bit longer, but fast charger maybe 1 or 2 hours they're charged. So that's the same thing that we have with electric vehicles. There are those chargers that will give you 0 to 80% charge in a matter of about 30 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes. But then there are those ones that will take a bit longer, such as 6 hours to 8 hours. So it depends on two things, the type of car and the type of charger. That depends, so whether you will take 30 minutes to charge to full or say 6 to 8 hours to charge. Is that good? Mtu yote na swali? Aha. Michelle, we have questions here. We can take this 3.
Hello.
Hi, what's your name?
I'm Dan Sakwa.
Sorry?
Dan Sakwa.
Dan Sakwa.
Yes.
Nice to meet you, Dan.
Nice as well. So, I'm an innovation enthusiast like yourself.
Yes, thank you.
Now, there has been some sort of critics going around.
There's been some sort of?
Critics going around, eh? Criticism, yeah.
Yes, yes.
There Africa, we have so bigger problems as compared to maybe investing in technological infrastructure. We have disease, we have drought, we have food security. Can you comment on that, please?
So you're asking how do we create a balance between tackling some of our social issues while advancing science and technology, right? So the answer to that is quite simple, actually. Most of, how do I put this? Some of the social issues that we handle, right, from disease, from illiteracy, you name it, you know, can easily be tackled through scientific means, you know. We cannot say that we will shelve or disregard science and technology for us to only focus on solving some certain societal issues. I am a large believer that we can handle some of these things in tandem, if not one after the other, right? And so we cannot discount the place of science and technology in our society, because even when we look at some of the most advanced worlds within the world that we live in, they have advanced and they've been able to tackle some of these societal challenges because they invested in science and technology. So that's a simple answer to that. Yes, thank you.
Okay, hi, my name is Jessica, and my question is...
Sorry, what's your name?
My name is Jessica.
Jessica?
Okay, my question is that what will happen to the cars that run on fuel after people start using electric cars?
Well, that's a lovely question. That's a lovely question that even, what do we call them, experts are still grappling with. So there are two ways to look at it. The first way to look at it is that you can transform your fuel car to an electric vehicle. That way you don't have to deal with where does it go after that, right? But the second thing for you to do is some of these vehicles are able to get recycled for parts, right? So you find that there are so many components that are very valuable, such as the aluminum, the metals that are used in creating the battery, the shell of the vehicle in and of itself, the cloth, etc. So recycling, again, is a very good and viable option towards us phasing out some of the fossil fuel vehicles. So recycling is the answer. Okay? Good stuff. There were 2 questions here. Then we could wrap up with him. So let's take the 2 from Daktari and the gentleman, then let's wrap up here.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
The battery solution is good. It tackles the issue of emissions.
Yes.
We saw our fishermen moving away from kerosene for fishing
Yes.
to solar lighting.
Yes.
Which was good, but it created another challenge. These batteries get lost every night, and we know when battery goes into the lake, health hazards.
Yes.
Promotion of batteries on cars, they might not have a big impact because you can somehow you can get that battery cycle it off. But do you see evidence of batteries
Yes.
which are not exactly related to emission?
Yes, that's okay. Go ahead.
Maybe mine had been answered. I'm Patrick Otuo.
Yes.
I also wanted to ask about cars that use fuel, what will happen to them, but fortunately you've answered it. Maybe a comment. Do you also do bike?
Do I also do that?
Bike. You asked us whether we do bike. Do you also do bike? Thank you.
Yes, good question. So let me start with the dangers that are, aside from emissions, that are concerned with batteries. When you look at the components of a battery, in and of itself, some of the lithium and all the different chemicals that might be used to make batteries are definitely harmful to the environment should they be let out in a way that is not, number one, sustainable and practical, right? Now, when we look at the example that you've just given, you mentioned that there are fishermen who used solar power, I'm guessing, and some of the batteries got lost into the lake, and I'm guessing there was some sort of a leakage that harmed the fish and even the people who might have drunk from the water, etc. And that is accurate and meritorious. Now, when we look at the battery in and of itself, aside from that, when the fluid in the battery gets to spill, even right here, as and when you inhale those chemicals, that is already harmful to your respiratory system, okay? So that's another danger. Now, when you move to the fishes, as you say, when it's the effluent is let out into the water, needless to say, it is harmful to fish as well, right? Amongst a plethora of other harmful effects that such chemicals might have on the people who might come into contact with them, including our ecological components of the environment, such as trees, grass, etc. So the best way to handle that is this way. When you are purchasing a vehicle or you're replacing a battery, the best thing to do is to get it from accredited manufacturers who have taken due process of the entire value system of that battery, such that even upstream, there is no, harmful release of such substances into the environment. And even downstream, they give the sort of, a surety that you will not have problems with that battery leaking of your and affecting the environment. And should you get into a problem such that your battery is leaking, whether you've just parked it in your garage or you are traveling and now it has a problem, they have the sort of mechanisms and structures that they will able to take back your battery because they know the harm that it can cause should it leak and repair it for you or recycle it and give you a new one. So these are just some of the technicalities. I mean, the entire value system is not yet figured out because it's still a growing industry, still a blue ocean, but these are some of the solutions that are available to some of these problems that you've identified. Thank you. And back to your question, do I cycle? In all honesty, I do cycle. Not all the time, because again, you also have to engage in cost-benefit analysis of some of the decisions that we make. But what I can tell you is that the car that I drive back in the city is a hybrid vehicle. So I'm also playing my part in trying to conserve the environment. It has significantly lower emissions as compared to purely fuel cell vehicles. Is that good? Yes, but for short distances, I do cycle. Yes. Any other question? Uh-huh.
My name is Ryan Benedict.
Ryan Benedict? Yeah. Good stuff. Mm-hmm.
My question is there electricity motorbike?
Is there?
Electricity motorbike.
Yes, there are. Yes, there are.
And even the electricity go out and you want to charge your motorbike, what do you do?
Sorry?
If you want to charge the motorbike.
Okay, so for motorbikes, it's a different situation. They have what we call battery swapping, okay? So they don't necessarily charge it. There are companies that have a wall charger where you go and remove your battery that has its battery ended, its charge ended, go put it in for it to charge, and take out a charged battery and put it back in. So you don't exactly charge it, you swap batteries. Sawa? So I'll take one last question, then end it at that. Yeah, just one last question from the gentleman there.
Thank you for the good presentation, and also thank you for the last opportunity.
Welcome.
Yeah, so maybe...
What's your name?
My concern is on, like...
What's your name?
Sorry? Oh, sorry. I'm Hezron Awando.
Hezron, wonderful.
Yes, from Kemfree.
Kemfree.
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
So my concern is on the, like, when we look at sustainability of the electric vehicles, and then we also look at the blue economy. So, like for instance, we look at the fuel, the efficiency. When we look at the efficiency, we would find that, like for the fuel cars, and specifically even those used by those involved in, for example, fishing business or something like that, maybe to transport their fish or maybe heavy goods like that. Yeah.
On land or on water?
Yes.
On land or
on
water?
land, on land.
Okay.
The fuel vehicles or the cars. You would find that the fuel is easily available. Whenever you want it, you just top up and then you have your goods delivered. But for these, we find that first, you have to wait for it to charge, right? Then second, like my concern is just on the how much would you, like how much run per charge? Like for example, you'd find some
How much
cars, how much can it hold, or how long can it go per charge? Like for instance, you'd find these heavy trucks carrying heavy goods like transporting fish. They would go for even, let's say, 8 kilometers per liter of fuel or diesel or something like that. So what's your comment on the sustainability between the two, like the fuel and the electric aspect? Thank you.
So availability of electricity, so where to charge it, and the range. So as far as availability is concerned, Kenya, we're still not yet at a point where we can say it has charging stations have penetrated into the country the same way petrol stations have done that. Yeah, we're not yet there. We'll probably not get there in the next 2, 3, or 4 years, but we're going there. Yeah. So part of what I am doing with my startup company is developing a level 3 charger that can charge from 0 to 80% in about 20 minutes for a regular vehicle. Okay, so these are some of the innovations that are already in place, and just waiting for them to be rolled out for one reason or the other, so that we're able to get there. Now, what puts Kenya at a very good position is that about a very large percentage of our grid electricity, in and of itself, is sustainable. As a matter of fact, Kenya is a leader, world leader, in production of sustainable energy, sustainable electricity through geothermal power, photovoltaic energy, the Rivatana, what are they called? Remind me? Hydroelectric power, yeah, etc., etc. So as far as availability is concerned, we're still not yet there, but Kenya has a very good platform for us to get there within the next 5 to 10 years. So that question, to answer you, we're still not yet there, but we're getting there. Now, the second question, as far as range is concerned, for a regular vehicle, take a Toyota Fielder or an Allion, I can see one there. The electric equivalent of that will give you about 500 to 600 kilometers worth of range on a single charge, 0 to 100%. Okay? So, if you are just using your vehicle to move around town, going to work, going to pick kids, doing groceries, shopping, etc., that is enough to last you about a week, doing 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers a day. 600 kilometers will last you an entire week. But for you to travel on long distance, so say from Nairobi to Kisumu, if let's say you had half that charge, 300 kilometers, it would, I don't know how many kilometers it is from Nairobi to Kisumu, 350. So it would take you there, but it would go to a point where you do not have enough charge, right? So you'd be able to charge into a level 3 charger, where you can charge when you're drinking tea, you're doing shopping, or taking a bathroom break. The 20 minutes that you do that will give you an 80% charge, which is about 600. 80% of 600 should give you about 450, 500 kilometers worth of range. That is enough to take you there, get you back a couple of kilometers back. But then the good thing is, the same way that you put your phone on charge, ukienda nyumbani, is the same way that you can charge some of these cars. You just go and put it on the wall, ukiamka asubuhi uko na full tank, quote unquote. You get what I'm saying? So it's just as simple as that. We're still getting there. The innovations are still there, coming up. Electric vehicles are still a bit pricey, but the more we continue innovating, the more people come and invest in the field and in the sector, the more innovations we get and the more affordable it is to achieve some of these dreams. We're already seeing some Kenyans driving Teslas. I don't know if you've seen that. We have some Kenyans driving a vehicle called Rivian, which is also fully electric. No Pia taxis in Nairobi are fully electric. We're slowly getting there, but we're surely going to get there. Yeah. Thank you very much, Michelle. Wonderful.
Yeah, so that was amazing, David. Thank you so much. So we have one final presentation, and then we are done for the day, and we'll be exploring more solutions tomorrow. So Clarence, please come up.
Habari zenu? Habari zenu? I want you to clap for my friend again. Clap for him. I wish ningepresent mbele yake, amalizie siku. But it's our first time in Kisumu. It's a very beautiful city. If I say Kisumu, say city. Kisumu? Kisumu? So one question, what is the main activity in Kisumu? The main economic activity? Fishing. Clap for her. Clap for her. Wonderful. So I want us to play a short game, a very short game. You know this song, I Will Make You? Yes, indio. So when there's a male and a female. A male is a boy, a female is a girl. So M is for boys, F is for? So ukisema jina iko na F, girls stand up. Ukisema jina iko na M, the boys stand up. Sawa sawa? The boys or the men? So I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men, fishers of men. I will make you fishers of men if you follow me. I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men, fishers of men. I will make, these are girls, make you fishers of men if you follow me. If you follow me. Awesome, awesome. Clap for yourselves. Yes. So my name is Clarence Muhoro. I am a Christian. I am really happy to be here with you today. I'm really excited. Nimefurahi sana kuwaona. Tumeenjoy Kisumu City. Very clean, very organized, very developed. Clap for yourselves. Clap for yourselves. Yes. So for me, I am an entrepreneur. Do you know what an entrepreneur is? Who is an entrepreneur? Or a businessman? It's a businessman, an entrepreneur, and I run a company called Young Investors Africa, where we do trainings on investments. Mimi nilisomea finance. Mnajua finance? Finance ni nini? Pesa, nilisomea pesa. Pesa kwa lugha ni nini? Peso. Peso tas. So nilisomea finance. And today I will just, niliambiwa nikuje niongelele how you can finance your project. Today, hata kabla niendelee, umeona the good job Millicent, Jeremy, and Michelle are doing. Have you seen the good job? Umeona? Ebu clap for them. Clap for them. They are very young, Jeremy and Michelle, but they're inspiring us very well. And Jeremy atakuwa kama Obama. Unajua kila mtu Kisumu, Obama is his cousin, uncle, or something. And Michelle will be like Malala. And you'll change the world. Cindy, clap for them, clap for them. And so every one of you young ones, look at them and be better and be like them. And for the old ones, we are challenged to do more and be more and to keep on serving our communities. So yes, I run a company called Young Investors Africa. So we train people on investments, how to use your finances, how to invest, how to run a business. And we've done a very, very good job having trained 11,000 youths. And it's been a very beautiful journey. But today also, I also serve my community. and I will share 2 stories and share the stories and the lessons I learned from them and how it can help you in financing your projects. You have an idea, you want to execute, you want to start something to help climate, you want to start something to help children when you have school fees, how can you go about it? So, presentation. Kuna PDF. Umeona PDF iko na photos? Yes. Okay, Akiweka, I want to ask a question, and I want to see who will be able to answer this question. What is your name? Ores. Ores. What is your name? Ryan. So, Ores is the father of Ryan. Sawa sawa. Ryan is the son of Ores. So, Ores is the dash of Ryan's father. Father. Ores is the dash of Ryan's father.
Father.
No. Ores is the dash of Ryan's father. Parent, no.
Grandfather.
No.
Is the equivalent of Ryan's father.
No, lakini umejaribu bana. Son, no. Ores is the dash of Ryan's father.
Relative.
No, umejaribu sana.
Example.
Hapana.
Brother.
No.
Syntax error.
No, umejaribu bana.
Grandchild.
No. Yeah. Ampati. Ama niwekelea 150 shillings on the table.
The name.
Correct. Clap for her. Ores is the name of Ryan's father. Hiyo mko mnajua? Honestly. Awesome. So, I'm going to show you some photos. And number 1, we did a tree planting project with my company, Young Investors Africa. Just go through the photos one by one. Next. Our very beautiful team. Continue. Just continue. Yes, wonderful. So we did tree planting last year, November, with a group of many youths. And we planted at the Nairobi System Conservatory. And we were helping our environment. Huku hatukuwa na lake. So we were doing our part by planting trees. Tukaendelea. Continue. Tukapanda miti in a school called Mathawe Primary. With them, endelea. Yes, continue just like that. And we did so much. And we've had seminars like these ones. We've had webinars to educate people on environment, climate change. Continue. And who knows SDGs? SDG, what is an SDG? Yes, Sustainable Development Goals. Clap for him. Continue. We had conferences as young people like we are. Continue. We had very, very wonderful times with my friend. And I'm very passionate about young people. Continue. And go back one. Yes, so this was a library project we did. So we've done tree planting and we've done a library project. And I'm going to share the story of these 2 projects. So this library project, I decided to volunteer in a primary school to help them read better, when you're kusoma unasaidia kusoma. And tukambiwa, I want you guys to, everyone has to do a project. And for that project, you have to raise money. And so tukafikiria tukasema we want to buy them books. Hawakuwa na vitabu shule. And so what happened? What is the first thing you do when you have a project? What's the first thing you do? You save money, clap for him. What's the first thing you do when you have a project? You want to help the kids and you have books for them. What do?
You look for a team.
You look for a team. Very good. Yes, you first get a team and you have a vision. Very good. Very, very good. The next thing you do? Yes, you look for a team, you set goals, mnapanga kenye mtafanya. So we made a plan and we said we are going to raise 50,000 Kenya shillings for this primary school. So nikaenda kwa head teacher, nikamwambia, hello sir, we want to raise 50,000 and akanipeleka kwa dining hall. Akaniambia hii dining hall yote ilifanywa na 1.5 million shillings by a 16-year-old girl. Alitafuta sponsors. Unataka kutafuta 50,000 na wewe ni mzee kumliko. I was very challenged. So I said, you know what? We are going to double it. We are going to go for how much now? How much? 100,000. And so tukaanza safari. Tuka create account, tuka create posters, tukaenda kutafuta pesa, watu wakuja tusaidia kununua vitabu, watu wa donate vitabu. And we raised 8,000 in about 4 days. Tukaona, okay, since we only have 2 months to go, we need to raise money quicker. So nikapatana na mtu akaniambia, talk to Moran Publishers, wanatengeneza vitabu. And I went to Moran, and when you have a project, always write a plan on a paper or on a document. Okay? Always write a plan. And so we wrote a very good plan saying what you're going to do, your vision, your why, which problem you're solving, why, what's in it for them, what is the budget, and how will you be accountable to them. So unawaambia either tutakuwa tunawatumia receipt zote, tumetumia. So nikaenda Moran na nilikuwa naulizia 100,000. And I was very shy kuulizia pesa nyingi hivyo. And so I went there, akaniambia, nikapata kuongea na chairman. Akaniambia, yes, what do you want? Akamwambia, I have a project I'm doing. This is how it will help people. Akaniambia, you're here to beg for money. Nikasmile na yeye. Ukienda kwa pesa unakuwa very kind, una smile tu. And akasema kenye unataka tutakupatia. And akaniambia kuja next week. And when we went next week, they gave us books worth 300,000 Kenya shillings. 3 times more. And so that shows us that God is abundant, that he gives us more than we can expect. I was even telling my friend that if he could have asked for 1 million, wangesema, that's too much, we can probably give you 700,000, you know? So he was showing me that I'm thinking small. I was thinking small, really. And so we were very encouraged. Tukasema, now we have books, let's look for furniture. Furniture, tukatafuta budget, ilikuja 200,000. Nikasema, kama wewe alikubali, let me call the next. Nikapigia a company called Centum, ya Chris Kirubi. Nikamwambia, we need 200,000. Wakasema, we're having a very difficult year, we're going to give you 100,000. Tukasema, thank you, Jesus. Once more, he has come through. Once more, now we are at 400,000. So we needed 100,000 more to complete the furniture, because it was 200,000. Wakatupatia nusu. So, kuendelea kidogo hivi, tukatafuta Absa. Absa, nani anajua Absa? What is Absa?
It's the Barclays Bank.
Yes, it is a bank. It is a bank, yes. And so tukaenda kwao, and when I was in university, kuna wakati nilifanya kazi hapo 2 weeks. So wherever you go, make sure you live with good relationships. Be kind, communicate, be very kind to everyone, be good to everyone. And so I told Absa, we have a furniture worth 200,000. Could you sponsor us? But sikuambia, tushalipiwa nusu. So akasema, okay, for sure we will sponsor you and we will give you the 200,000. Nikashanga, what is happening? What is happening? But wakasema, now it is around April nafika, we will do it in June. And so, whenever someone promises you something, ukitaka kufanya kitu ifanyike, unafuatilia kila siku. And so tukasema ni sawa. And so tukajua we've raised 600,000. And I was really, really, really happy. And we had done our project. So by June ikafika, nilikuwa na text every week na copy paste. Good morning. You are supposed to give us funds for furniture. Now nikafuatilia. You always have to follow up. You always have to follow up in everything. And we did the project, tukamaliza yote. But one thing, Centum hawako wametupatia 100,000 kwa sababu tulikuwa tumepatiwa vitabu na tulikuwa tumepatiwa 200,000 na Absa. Lakini tukasema tutafanya launch ya library. Na tukasema we will be very kind, hata kama hamjatupatia pesa, just come, we know you will bring to us the money. And so wakakuja. And this is why I say everything is God's plan. So kampuni zote zikikuja na zimewapatia pesa, zitakuja na hizi bana. Wanakuja na bana, wanaonyesha we are the sponsors, watachukua photo waweke social media. And we took a photo with all the banners, ya Moran na ya Centum. My friend said, "Aya, you've done this. How did you do it?" So I showed her our proposal, and since they wanted to do a similar thing in their school, akasema, "I'll just copy your proposal, just bring your proposal." Hadi akasahau kuchange majina mahali. Wakapeana, and they raised even more books than us, and they did even better. And this library in Mathai Primary, another company came that we don't know of, tulikuwa tumemaliza. And since they saw that there was a good foundation, that there was a library that could hold kids, very, very good furniture, very, very good cupboards, wakapeana books worth 2 million more. Hata sio zetu, but ilisaidia hawa watoto. And I realized that is the power of starting things. In that you will start something, and God will build on it. And so, now the question comes, now you can go to the other presentation. How do you raise money for a proposal or for an idea? So far, what tips do you know that ukikuwa na idea, kitu unataka kufanya, how can you be able to raise money for your idea? What do you need to do for you to be successful? Anyone? So far? For your proposal to get money, what do you need to do? Have a plan. Clap for her. Have a plan. And a budget. Very good, very good. Be kind to the person you're asking for help. And even more importantly, be kind to everyone. Clap for her. Clap for her.
You can save the money.
Save money. Very good. Save money. Very good. Clap for him.
Have a team.
Have a team. Have a very good team.
Think what to do.
Yes?
Think what to do.
Think on what to do. Very, very good. Very, very good. Think on what to do.
Create awareness. Create awareness.
Create awareness. Very, very good. Very, very good. That's a very powerful point.
Agree for what you want to do.
Again?
Agree for what you want to do.
Agree on what you want to do. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, you can move ahead. Move ahead. Next, 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 next. Just go back once. Acha tuanza na next. And the next. Yes. Back. Apple. Yes. Lessons. Number one, yes. Before you raise money, you need to have a plan. Think on what you want to do. So I want to solve the problem that is in our lakes, that there is trash in our lakes, that there is water hyacinth in our lakes. So you identify the problem and think, what is the solution? Michelle's mom said we need to be solution seekers. And so think, okay, what can we do? And then make a plan, put it on paper very well. What you want to do, how you want to do it, start doing it, start collecting trash. And when the people see you collecting it and you're growing, and now you're 5, and then now you're 10, and they see you doing it over and over and over, you have progress. Then make a very good plan on paper, a proposal, and in that proposal, you need to put in everything. Your why, your mission, your vision, the problem you're solving, why they should trust you, the progress you have had, and a budget, and even how you'll be accountable. When you're asking for money, you are saying, we want this amount of money, and we would break it down. When I asked for 200,000 for the furniture, tulikuwa tumepatiwa quote. Unasema 500 inaenda kwa nails, 20,000 inaenda kwa mbao, everything, every transport umeweka, kila kitu. Ndio wanajua you're very serious. And you tell them, after umenipatia hii pesa, tukishamaliza tutatumia receipt na report and tell them what we did and how we did it. So it's very, very important. And these are the lessons I've learned. And I've gone forward, I have raised money in other projects, and you learn, it's very simple, but just you need to show someone what you're doing, why you're doing it, and how you will do it, and how you will be accountable to them, and why they should trust you. Number one, we have an abundant God. We were thinking of 50,000, and God gave us 1.3 million. And we have an abundant God. Sindio? Kama unafikiria saa hii, toa kwa akili, think bigger. Kama unafikiria kukuwa na nyumba moja, ukikuwa kubwa sana, fikiria kukuwa na nyumba 2. Everything you think bigger, because God will say yes. My friend David was saying, ukienda kwa Mungu, if you go with a kikombe, umwambie God help me fill this kikombe, atajaza. If you go with a bucket, umwambie God help me fill this bucket, atajaza. If you go with a drum, umwambie God help me fill this drum, atajaza. If you go with a lake, Victoria, if you go with a lake, umwambie ajaze, atajaza. So go to God with big asks, ndio? Na atajaza. Number 2, we need to think big, yes. Sincere service brings joy and favor. When you have the right intentions, God will bless your work. It may take time, but He'll always bless your work. Leadership and organization. In anything that we do, if you are organized, be on time, be very kind. If you said, I'll do this by today, I'll send this by today, just do that. Be on time. So you don't have to be too much, but just being structured will help you very, very much. Follow up. We said follow up. Kama ulikuwa mtu alisema atakupatia kitu, unashinda ukimuuliza. Labda alisahau, labda hana sahi, but if you keep on asking, hata sahau. Following up. When someone says, or a company, you go raise money for your organization and they say we will support you, you have to always follow up until they come. Follow up is very important. In order to get, you must ask. The Bible says, for you to get, you must ask. So, hakuna mtu atakuletea kitu hapa, hakuna mtu atakuletea anything. God atakupatia everything you need, the mouth, the ideas, the energy, and your job is to look for people to help you. If I ask you for help, you might give me help. But if I don't ask you, you don't know if I have a problem. It's very, very important to ask. And then have faith and expect that things will work. Have faith. Just have faith and know that things will work. Back twice. Yes. Whenever you're doing a project, whatever we think will happen, sometimes it may not happen. Na lazima, we get used to getting no's. No means next opportunity. And I'll share a story of this guy who alikuwa anataka kupata girlfriend. And akauliza mmoja, akaambiwa no. Akauliza pili, akaambiwa. Sasa akakuwa very stressed, akaenda kwa his mentor, akamwambia, how can I get a yes? Mentor yake akamwambia, your yes will be the 10th person you ask. Will be the what person you ask? So, akienda kwa huyo akiambiwa no, anasema I'm one step closer to my yes. Anaenda hapa anaambiwa no, I'm one step closer. Anaambiwa no, anaambiwa hadi akapata yes yake. So when you're raising money, you may get 10 rejections, even 20. We were talking with the CEO of Optiven. Akasema alimaliza university, hiyo time hadi hakuwa na computers vizuri, hakuwajua kutumia computer. And he sent 300 letters to companies to employ him. 300, kuandika kwa kalamu, 300. From those 300, 4 gave him an interview. How many? 4. And from those 4, he got one job, and a good job. So, unajiambia, nitatafuta pesa ya watu kunisaidia, nijenge shule, nifanye hii, tuende tufanye conferences, kubwa kama hii. Na ukiambiwa no unasema I'm one step closer. Number 2, things will always delay. Someone can say yes akwambie okay, and I will share from mtu atakwambia yes lakini akwambie kuja next year. And so sometimes we need to work with God's time. If God says yes, it may take 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, but it will happen. But we need just to be patient and to keep following up. And number 3, once you do your project, the most important thing is what? Sustainability. Is what? Sustainability. How is that important? Sisi tulienda tukatafuta pesa, tukajenga library. Na unamaliza your volunteering experience. But you need to make sure that the best form of leadership is sustainability, that ensuring that the next person will take care of it, right? So kama umeanza project hapa, Michelle, and you get the opportunity to go abroad and to study abroad, you need to make sure that you leave it to people who will do better than you, so that isiishe tu shwa. So always have to ensure, like for us, we had to make a timetable for the library. We had, for the next volunteers, we made a plan for them on how to ensure this library was working, covering the books. And so that way, even God akiona uko na plan ya kuensure itaendelea, anakusaidia. Na even in your proposals, ukitafuta pesa, ukiweka how you will sustain it, wataona this person is very wise because they are looking beyond today. Nikikununulia kitabu, what's next? You have to tell me, okay, nimesoma, and this is what I want to do next. So for you to raise money for your projects, and you'll have projects, all of you will change the world. You need to make a proposal, make a plan, have a wonderful team. You saw Michelle has Jeremy, has the parents, has Tom, has all the people helping here today. And that is a very good team. You need to set very good goals. You need to make a budget, a very accurate budget. You need to even to make a plan on what you'll do this year and also next year. And then go ahead and ask. And every time you get a no, you're one step closer to a yes. Okay? 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 So that was my presentation. I am glad to be here. Thank you so much. Nimeshukuru sana. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Did you guys enjoy that? I saw a lot of people writing, so thank you for those helpful tips. I was also writing, so that was an amazing presentation. Thank you. So I know everyone is tired, so this is how it's going to go. John is going to close the summit for us. He's going to basically tell you about what his experience was, and then he's going to invite you for tomorrow. Now, tomorrow we are diving into solutions. I see what Kina Clarence have started talking about. Now, tomorrow we're going like deep dive. So if you want to develop projects, make sure you're here tomorrow, because we'll make sure that we're helping you develop your plans, and we'll submit them afterwards to Planeteer Alliance so you guys can get support. So yeah, so I'm going to invite John, and then after that, we are going for a picture. We all want to look like superheroes, so we can't waste these shots. Don't take pictures, and everyone feel free to do your poses. So John, come up and quickly close this for us, and then we're going to take a picture outside.
Chinua Achebe says that writers do not give prescriptions, but they give headaches. Writers do not give prescriptions, but they give headaches. What I mean by that, okay, I refer myself as a writer because I love writing. I love reading books. The other day I was reading 100 Years of Solitude by Garcia Gabriel Marcuse. And there's one thing that stands out, that Mother Nature will always fight back whenever you exploit her. Like it or not, in his book, be it an apocryphal or just a mere story of his creativity and thinking, it rained for 5 years continuously, non-stop, in his book. Be it true or not, that was what resetted the original family, the original village of Makondo to default. A village without technological confusion, a village without technological infections. And the other day when I was reading the Pearl, I noticed that that guy just had only one option: to return the pearl to the ocean so that he could live his life the way he used to do. The other day I was reading a story named Volcano, that scientists so much exploited a volcanic mountain that it had to erupt again. And all the scientists died. The only person that remained was that scientist who put the story of the volcano in paper. What am I saying? I'm saying that if we continue exploiting Lake Victoria, then the Chinese will begin producing plastic fish for us to consume. And if you want to be melodramatic about it, then them that have money watakuwa wanatesa, while sisi mayouth tutakuwa tukiteseka. Tomorrow is where the rubber meets the road. Please, make sure you don't meet tomorrow's summit. Please, 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 please. We've learned a lot. Sustainability. Talk of every other thing that has been mentioned here. Social problems. I'm even thinking of tomorrow our mothers will have deformed babies just because we are ingesting chemicals from the lake. Makia did my research and noticed that Kiwasco, our beloved water company, only handles 18% of the sewage in Kisumu. It's that bad. How can we account for the 82%? They only treat the water up to 97, so the 3% is allowance for us to ingest chemicals. How I wish this was said when we had the dignitaries here. We need finance, we need actions. Youths, please, let's come back tomorrow. We shall have more, we shall have a lot. Kindly, thank you, Michelle, for organizing this, and Jeremy, and welcome.
So I just realized that it's raining. So if we could all just line up here, everyone just come to the stage. You want to take a picture with our shirts. So kids at the front, speakers at the back, everyone come. If you're in a Planetia shirt, come. Even if you are not in a Planetia shirt, just come. So you guys can stand here. The tech team, Jeremy, you guys come. And if you could put the Zoom on screen. Utatufungulia kesho with comedy. Please be there tomorrow. Watu wametoka saa hii, but want to open a comedy. So Abdul, we are taking a picture. Cameras on. Everyone turn your cameras on. We are taking a picture. So like feel free to strike a superhero pose. Your Planeteers now. Do you remember from the welcome video? Your superhero. So like, yeah. Yeah, so thank you everyone for attending Nalys Day 1. We hope to see you tomorrow. If you can't go out because of the rain, there are speakers around. Feel free to come to talk to any one of us. We are here to mentor you. But yeah, if you can handle the rain, feel free. Hold on, we haven't prayed. Who would like to volunteer to pray? Okay, I'll give Horace to pray. I'm sorry, we've closed without praying.
Thank you. Let's believe and pray before we go. Father, in the mighty and blessed name of Jesus, Lord, we thank you and we honor you because you have been faithful to us since the start of this meeting and now at its conclusion. You have given us sufficient grace in the presentations. You have even given us a way forward. And now we do ask you, Lord, that all our plans and all our intentions we place into your hands, that your grace, which is always sufficient, which is always abundant, beyond our need, may touch each areas of need in the lives of these youths as you guide us into a better stay on this planet for the days you've given us. Now as we part one from each other, Lord, may you protect us and bring us back safely tomorrow. In the name of Jesus, we do pray and believe. Amen.